order, everybody. Thank you. It's 5:25. We have all trustees present, including the 2 student trustees. With regard to the agenda, I just want to point out that there is an addendum. So under delegations, there are 2. And at this point in time, with regard to speakers,
we've only got 1. No, the addendum is the one.
The addendum is with regard to the delegations. We now have 2. There's 1 on your agenda and 1 on the addendum.
Okay, this is, so you're counting 1 on our agenda, right?
There are now 2 delegations.
We got
Good thing I'm using that mic.
Participants are waiting in the lobby. To admit all participants in the lobby, press *2 1.
No participants. Do we know who that is? Or okay, thank you. With regard to the speakers, at this point in time, at this point
is now joining.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but 1 is speaking on 2 different agenda items. So let's call that 6. And they have speakers have until 15 minutes before the 7 o'clock. So that could change, but I'm just giving you a heads up that at this point I'm calling it 6. Yes, ma'am.
So just for clarification, they have till 6:45 to come in and sign, but we're in this room in a private meeting.
Right.
While they're coming in to sign the vote.
Well, maybe we'll be done by 6:30. But if you know at 6:30, if you want to move us so that people can sign up, just let me know. Then we can accommodate. So I'm just giving you a heads up on that. Okay? So we need a motion to convene to private session, moved by Trustee Cook, seconded by Trustee Sipcar. All those in support? Any opposed? It's carried. Thank you. We're now in private session. Any opposed? That's been carried. So what happened is that with regard to the agenda for tonight's meeting, the report of the Director of Education, which is item M1, is being moved higher up on the agenda to follow item L1. So the order of business under new business would be L1 followed by M1 and then continuing with L2. That's been adopted. Are there any other motions with regard to the agenda? Okay. Seeing none, I am looking for a motion now to go back into private session. Trustee Leclerc, Trustee Cook, all those in support? That's carried. Thank you. We're now in private session of the board. Welcome to the public meeting of the Greater Essex County District School Board. We have already approved our agenda for tonight's meeting, but I just want to go back and mention that all trustees are present tonight at the meeting. 10 trustees and our 2 student trustees are here. We do have an approval of the agenda where one item was moved up to follow L1. So for those of you who might be following the agenda, L1 will be followed by M1, which is the report of the Director of Education. Then we will go back onto the agenda to L2. There we did have an addendum. We have 2 delegations to speak tonight. And on our speakers list, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 individuals, 1 individual speaking on 2 topics on the speakers list. And before we move on to our agenda, I just wanted to welcome everyone to the first meeting of 2023. It is a new year, and I just wanted to, because I'm the chair, I get to speak and say things that maybe aren't on the agenda. So I just want to comment that 2023 is the year of the water rabbit, starting on January 22nd, which is Chinese New Year, and ending February 9th, which 2024. So that takes us up to Chinese New Year's Eve in the 24 calendar. The sign of the rabbit is a symbol of longevity, peace, and prosperity in Chinese culture. And 2023 is predicted to be a year of hope. And I think that's something we can all use after these past years dealing with COVID. So what can this mean for us? According to Chinese astrology, the rabbit represents peaceful and patient energy. The rabbit is a gentle creature known for thinking things through before acting. This energy should encourage us to approach challenges and opportunities calmly and rationally. And that's what I bring to you as my greetings for the new year. And with that, I'm going to invite Trustee Burgess to please present to us our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by Indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenni Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi, and the Huron-Wendat peoples. We're dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. And now we do have a special order of the day, and I would ask if you could please all rise.
Please join me in thinking about this situation and this tribute. Adriana Adam, a grade 1 student at General Brock Public School, was charming, with ponytails, positive energy, and a great big smile. She passed away suddenly in November and is incredibly missed by her brothers Taryn and Mason and her sisters Sky and Brinley. Her absence has also had a great impact on the whole Brock community. She loved to learn and loved school. She was always laughing with her teachers and her friends. Her passions were painting, arts and crafts, and playing outside. Her parents often said she was a girly girl who likes to play in the dirt. Adriana will forever be a Brock bulldog. She truly touched so many lives at such a young age. Please join me in a moment of silence. Please be seated.
Thank you, Director Kelly, and our sincere sympathy to the family. Item E on our agenda, is there anyone that needs to make a declaration of a conflict of interest? Seeing none. Item F, actions of the board meeting in the private session. There were none. Looking for item G1, approval of the minutes of the board meeting from December 6th. Trustee Leclerc, Trustee Cook, any questions on the minutes? All in support? Any opposed? Carried, thank you. Item H is business arising from those minutes. Trustee Sipcar?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I would like support to rescind a motion. If I can read that now from a previous meeting. I forget the date, but I believe it was the end of October. So I would like to rescind the motion that the GECDSB receive a report from administration on the implications of observing September 30th as the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation through a system-wide closure of schools for the upcoming 5 calendar school years, which would include consultation and comment from IAAC Indigenous members of the GIAD Committee and Student Senate, as well as local and provincial Indigenous groups as primary contributors, in addition to local union partners. This report will also include a Canada-wide account of the Truth and Reconciliation Call, the various FNMI positions, as well as the federal government, provinces, and school boards' observance practices. This report will be received at least one meeting prior to the approval of the 2023-2024 school calendar year. So I would like to move to rescind that. So I'm looking for a seconder.
Trustee Cook, second, and I will remind trustees that it requires 2/3 to support the motion, so that would be a vote of 7. Any questions of the mover? No questions? All those in support of rescinding the motion? That's passed. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Sipcar. Next, we have the presentation from our student trustees.
Good evening, trustees, senior administration, and Director Kelly, and Happy New Year. On behalf of myself, Aya, and Student Senate, we would like to wish you all a very happy and prosperous 2023. This past December, Student Senate met at North Star High School. We were excited to welcome Superintendent Clara Howitt, who shared the board's new recommendations for school names and mascots. Students found the presentation engaging and relevant to issues that they face in their leadership roles at school. One of student senators says, "The voice of students is critical when considering the name of a school and a mascot. When meeting with community representatives of marginalized groups, we can only see how one generation feels towards certain terms. However, the views of these community members don't necessarily reflect the views of the youth of these marginalized groups. As time passes, we evolve our thinking. We evolve what we consider to be appropriate and what we consider to be an act of injustice. Terms that one generation considers appropriate could be terms that trigger or otherwise harm the current generation of students. There is no better way to learn what names and mascots of our current generation of students are uncomfortable with than hear from the students themselves. Students are always grateful for the GECDSB's continual inclusion of student voice and commitment to justice, inclusion, equity, and diversity. On December 14th, Aya, Superintendent Corbach, and myself went to the Windsor Regional Hospital's Met Campus to deliver our Student Senate holiday coloring book. The packages contain crayons and coloring books and coloring pages celebrating multi-faith holidays that was made available to children experiencing long waits in the emergency room over the holidays. Thank you to the student senators who designed the coloring pages and to Director Kelly for providing crayons to include with the coloring books. Last week, Student Senate met here at the board office for our first meeting of 2023. We welcomed Michelle Oak, Executive Director at Windsor Essex Child and Youth Advocacy Center. She taught us about what child and youth advocacy centers are and how they serve the community. Senate was able to then provide input on how they can reach and engage youth and make their organization known to students. Student Senate also discussed our plans for Random Acts of Kindness Day. Random Acts of Kindness Day is taking place on February 17th. Wondering how you can get involved? Well, Student Senate will be sharing an idea of how you can express kindness each day from February 10th to 17th on our Instagram page. Follow along and tag hashtag GECDSB Kind on social media to be involved. The 2023 and 24 Student Trustee Election Expression of Interest form closed this past Sunday, and we are eager to see our Student Trustee candidates at the election next month. I are also looking forward to ACO's Board Council Conference next month in Ottawa. Thank you to Director Kelly for your continued support of our membership with ACO. And a very special thank you to Michelle, Marcus, and Superintendent Korbach for their continued support as we finish the first half of our terms. I'll now pass it off to Aya with our Student of the Months for this evening.
Thank you, and we do have the Student of the Month for December and January to read today, so I'll start off with December. The Student of the Month for December is Kyle Stratton, a grade 12 student at Leamington District Secondary School. Kyle is an outstanding role model for this month's theme of collaboration. Kyle volunteered to lead Leamington's Can Drive this year, a role usually taken on by Student Council, despite not being an official member. He collaborated with a team of fellow volunteers to organize the work and to promote the collection. In class, Kyle works hard to be successful in school and helps his classmates with their schoolwork. He is a dedicated and very encouraging mentor. Outside of school, Kyle is the skip on his under-18 curling team. In this role, he calls the shots throughout the game and throws the final stone. Last season, his team placed third in Canada in their division. This season, Kyle's collaborative leadership style has led his team to win every under-18 bonspiel so far and qualifying for provincials once again. The students at LDSS take notice of Kyle's willingness to work with others and his collaborative nature. Students are eager to work with Kyle because they enjoy his leadership style and know that their voices will be heard. Congratulations, Kyle, on being selected as Student Senate's December Student of the Month for the theme of collaboration. And we will present our certificate to Kyle as he's here tonight. The Student of the Month for January is Noah Hage, a grade 12 student who is also from Leamington District Secondary School. Noah is an outstanding role model for this month's theme of perseverance. When Leamington students and staff considered their student who best exemplifies the quality of perseverance, Noah was an obvious candidate. Since being diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma when he was in grade 9, Noah has bravely overcome many obstacles. In the face of adversity, Noah has truly persevered. A gifted artist and designer, his creative talents have flourished, despite his health challenges. He connected with Roblox, an online gaming platform where users create, publish, and share their own online games, and St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. This partnership has raised more than $2 million for children's cancer research, and Noah has received a contract to extend this partnership over the next 5 years. Noah's other artistic outlet is the design and creation of beautiful costumes and clothing pieces, which he wears to perform in drag, sharing with his 17,000 Instagram followers. The LDSS community is so proud of Noah and the positive impact he has had on so many people. Congratulations, Noah, for being selected as Student Senate's January Student of the Month for the theme of perseverance. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to both Kyle and Noah, and congratulations to Leamington for doing a sweep for December and January. That's pretty impressive. So congratulations to both young men. Thank you very much. Okay, and actually thank you to the student trustees as well. Good job. We're on to delegations. Delegation J1, and I hope I pronounce all these names tonight correctly. Please forgive me if I don't. Andrea Vasquez Jimenez. If you could please come to the podium. And welcome.
Can you just show her how to put it? Yeah.
Yeah. So you do have a time limit of 10 minutes for your presentation, and then there may be questions for clarification from trustees.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
My name is Andrea Vasquez Jimenez, and I'm speaking to you in my current capacity as Director and Principal Consultant of Policing Free Schools, where I support organizations, school boards, departments of education, and community organizers in ending police and school programs, while simultaneously moving towards the end of policing and carceral infrastructures, practices, policies, logics, and culture, alongside the co-creation of transformative, healthy, equitable, life-affirming, and healing educational spaces. Policing Free Schools pushes for systemic changes and is the convener of the National Campaign for Policing Free Schools Canada, as well as the Provincial Campaign for Policing Free Schools Ontario, and currently working on expanding with and alongside national partners additional provincial campaigns across the country. I also make part of an international movement working on these issues in solidarity with the US and UK. In a previous organization where I was the co-director, I was a lead organizer for the historical successful removal of the GECDSB Police and School program, namely their SRO program in 2017, through a first-of-its-kind community-led and collaborative process. Since then, I have supported other school boards in this process as well. I am also a Master's of Education graduate from the Social Justice Education program at the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education at the University of Toronto. Today, I am raising concerns in regards to the board meeting agenda item L1, final report, review of police presence and programs, and the problematic recommendation that was put forth. Your board has the obligation to prioritize and provide the care, well-being, and healthy learning conditions for students, and what is evidence-based is that police and school programs, regardless of the name or type, whether it be the High School Resource Officer Program, the BRAD Program, VIP, or any other type of program, is detrimental, and anyone who supports bringing back a police and school program, even if revised or expanded police in any form, is actually choosing to re-traumatize and harm students. At Policing Free Schools, alongside our partners, we are in solidarity with those who have been speaking out against policing in schools and want to amplify those in Windsor, such as the GECDSB Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Strategy Committee, Black Council of Windsor-Essex, Windsor Black Educators, African Community Organization of Windsor, students, educators, parents, guardians, caregivers, and the community at large, among others. We echo the call for the removal of all police and school programs and the prioritization of police presence, while moving towards co-creating the conditions to support transformative, healthy, equitable, anti-racist, and anti-oppressive, life-affirming, and healing educational spaces for all students. Some of you may want to call this an isolated issue, a Toronto issue. The reality is that this is not an isolated issue. This is a systemic issue. Your police and school programs and police presence is not different. Your educational space is not different. Your student and school community is not different. Your school board is not exempt from systemic issues, and policing in schools is a systemic issue. This is also not about isolated good experiences and memories with individual police. This is about an evidence-based systemic issue that re-traumatizes and harms students, including their learning conditions. And we recognize that students' learning conditions are also workers' working conditions. This too is a labor and union issue. It is important that you are mindful that it is essential that we do not replicate the same oppressive structures by asking for reforms, whether that be solely less police presence, more training, or more diversity to have the police be reflective of students, or changing them for security guards, or increase in software technological surveillance for purpose of policing. The reality is that police and school programs, regardless of the name it goes by, and as an extension, policing in schools entrenches the school to prison and deportation pipeline, and is part of the systemic school-prison nexus. Again, this is a systemic issue, and your school board is not exempt from this. With this stated, as school trustees, it is essential that you understand that equitable access to education is a human right, and structures of policing and carcerality impede this access. Police-free schools, and as an extension, policing free schools, is a legal obligation as it is a human right. And it is through an equity lens and human rights-based approach that your board must continuously and consistently orient yourselves when developing, establishing, and adopting board policies, including regarding police and school programs and police presence, as well as for staff and administrators to provide leadership that ensures academic and well-being excellence for all students. And that cannot be a reality with policing in schools. This is also a professional obligation and is contradictory to existing board policy and commitments. For instance, your own board policies such as equity and inclusive education, human rights, safe schools, school improvement plan for student achievement and well-being. In addition, on your website, there are commitments to equity and inclusive education, along with equitable access treatment and outcomes for all. Your board also states to uphold human rights and that you are committed to identifying and removing systemic barriers and committed to dismantle anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism. Your board has a dismantling anti-Black racism strategy and an equity action plan where your board last year even newly created the role of Human Rights and Equity System Advisor for this foundational purpose and priority. Your board also recognizes the understanding that greater equity means greater student success. Ultimately, the Board Improvement and Equity Plan, which guides your board in its totality, is also anchored by human rights and equity, mental health, well-being, and achievement, among others. Therefore, any continuation of any police and school program, regardless of its composition, and any maintenance or expansion of police presence is gross negligence and an ongoing human rights violation, not meeting professional obligations, and contradictory to existing board policies and commitments. In regards to the problematic nature of the recommendation within the agenda that seeks to include representatives of local police forces as part of a committee that is to review the report and consider next steps, is a conflict of interest and not grounded in a community-led approach, but rather will succumb to replication of oppressive structures by way of reforms to police and school programs and police presence. There is more than enough data, reports, and research, including the lived experiences that tell us what we already know, that policing in school programs and police presence in schools does not support learning spaces for all students. When analyzing the data, rather than taking on a Eurocentric approach and moving forward with an inequitable decision based on the data that was collected, human rights and equity must be the lens. For those who want to approach the analysis of your board's final report on the review of police presence and programs as a popularity contest, and a Eurocentric numerical majority wins approach, it is crucial that you be reminded and have the awareness that when these reviews do take an equity lens and human rights-based approach, it always ends in the removal of police and school programs and deprioritization of police presence. It is essential that you be aware of the historical and equitable decision that the Toronto District School Board took in 2017 as it is related to their police and school program. The historical decision was removing their police and school program from TDSB schools, and the reality that when doing a review, they had ensured, and I quote from page 1 of their report, primary goal of the review was to capture and center the voices of those students, families, and communities who have traditionally been excluded, marginalized, and or discounted. If you were to have a look at the data that came out of your school board, not in isolation, but alongside others, including across the country or even internationally, including the Toronto District School Board, you would notice that the data is quite similar. However, the main difference is that the TDSB, along other school boards, did not take a Eurocentric approach or lens to the data. Rather, they took an intentional equity lens and human rights approach by centering those voices and lived experiences who are being most impacted. For instance, as an example at the TDSB, an equity approach by the TDSB to the key findings mentioned that, and I quote, the collected data revealed mixed feelings about the impact of the SRO program. Many respondents had a positive impression of the program. Some had an indifferent impression. However, of significant concern are the findings that indicate negative impact and potential harm experienced by students, end quote, on page 2. TDSB stayed consistent throughout in prioritizing equity and human rights, stating, and I quote, in the face of this data, we have a clear duty to act on behalf of our students and address the concerns they have brought to our attention. We have an obligation to ensure that all of our students can learn in schools that are safe, discrimination-free, and that protect their human rights. Although we heard from a number of respondents who supported the presence of an SRO in their school, there were also many who were unaware of the SRO program or felt unaffected by it. Our priority must be to mitigate against the differentiated and potentially discriminatory impact of the police and school program of the SRO program as described to us by some of our students and communities, end quote, on page 5. Leading to the equity and human rights-based decision-making of removing the program, reallocating funds through an equitable manner, and continuing with actionizing along the equity continuum. Now, as for the non-evidence-based narrative that school and community safety equates with police and policing, reality is that school and community safety does not equate with police and policing. School and community safety equates with healthy schools and healthy communities. School and community safety is about co-creating with bold and courageous actions, transformative, healthy, equitable, life-affirming, and healing educational and community spaces, not police presence, police and school programs, or policing and carceral measures beyond police presence. While governments and mainstream media are calling school violence, youth violence, gun violence, community violence, are all manufactured crises due to the policy choices and failures by all levels of government. This is due to their negligence. There's more than enough data, reports, and research as to what has to be done, so why hasn't it been? At Policing Free Schools, we know that creating conditions for healthy communities supports the co-creation of healthy schools and vice versa, particularly because schools are a part of our communities. Thriving and healthy educational and community spaces have ample support and resources, not more police presence, police and school programs, or policing and carceral measures. Healthy, meaning that they are safe in and of themselves. What we are asking is that you support equitable and human rights-based approach of ensuring no presence of any or all type of police and school programs and policing and school programs, develop and establish and adopt board policies that uproot the school board's issues of policing and carcerality alongside accountability measures. What we need is your political will. This is your opportunity to join the many school boards across the province and country who have chosen to uplift human rights and healthy learning conditions for all students. Thank you. Yes. Yes, I can definitely provide it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, it is for clarification, honestly, yeah. I just want to make sure because it was very good, very rapid, well-timed, so, but I want to make sure I heard it correctly.
Yes, of course.
So policing free schools, your objection and your recommendation is on formal presence, programs, etc. I want to make sure that you didn't say any police or any uniformed police ever in a school board building. For example, on a career day, when we bring in folks from outside, say this is a great career, come and join us. We need a more diverse police force. Would that be okay? Would police who often come in and read to our kids in readathons, etc. Not formal programs, but random presence. I didn't hear anything about random presence. I think I only heard program. Is that?
And I can definitely clarify. It was also not only formal police and policing in school programs, but as well as police presence. For instance, we have been seeing at current day, there is a lot of funding going into police and school presentations where actually police are taking over educators' jobs. So funding that should be actually put forward to properly fund and properly resource educational spaces, including workers, are actually being input into police and school budgets. So at Policing Free Schools, what we are speaking to is police in school programs, as well as police presence. We do understand that, we do have a provincial model for local police and school board protocol, and that also speaks in regards to, when it's needed. But in regards to, police and school presentations and so forth, that is what we're saying, that what we actually need is a spectrum of additional educators to actually continue within those roles alongside community-based partners, and police are not the folks who should be taking up those spaces within education.
Thank you very much. Trustee Leclerc?
Yeah, so you mentioned that you've worked with the Toronto District School Board, and you also, near the end of your presentation, you talked about, you alluded to a false narrative of youth violence, youth crime, etc. You agree that you made statements similar to that?
No, what I made mention is in regards to the manufactured crises due to the reality that elected governments actually have, decades of research and evidence as to what actually creates healthy communities.
So the headline that the Toronto District School Board could see record high numbers of violent incidents, that's inaccurate?
So what we're actually seeing, it is a systemic issue, and when we're actually looking at Toronto Police Services data, it corresponds with it. So what we're talking about is due to, currently, and for decades, the province hasn't been properly funding educational spaces, has legislated poverty. So it's all of these contributing factors that the government has been failing with.
Follow up to that. So would you agree that since the removal of SROs in the Toronto District School Board's incidents of violence have increased dramatically?
Not at all. That's actually quite ill-informed. And we actually had school board meetings at the Toronto District School Board where central staff, the Director of Education, had also made mention as to what is needed is to address root causes and not bring back police in schools.
Trustee Armstrong?
I'm just going to say I appreciate your talk, but because you were given 10 minutes only and you spoke so rapidly, I was trying to make notes. I'm sorry. I think I only got half of what you said. So when I'm asked to vote, it's because it was an excellent speech, I assume, but I missed too much of it.
No problem. I can definitely provide it.
That's why we're getting a copy of it. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
And our next delegation is Caitlin Ellsworth, also speaking on L1, the report on the police programs. Welcome.
Hello.
And you also have 10 minutes.
Okay.
And if you could provide a copy of your remarks to the director's office, that would really be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Caitlin Ellsworth. I wear many hats as I speak to you today. Some may know me from the Black Council of Windsor-Essex, others the Windsor Black Educators Association, or one of the many organizations that I represent. But today, and why I always come with those other hats, today I come forward as a concerned committee member of the Greater Essex County District School Board's Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Committee. Since 2020, there is a portion of the Black community that has been steadfast in engaging with the school board, holding the school board accountable in terms of anti-Black racism. At first, through informal meetings, the tireless advocacy of the Black Council, along with some incidents of anti-Black racism, led us to Tana Turner Consulting Group, where she came in and did an extensive review of this school board in terms of anti-Black racism, and developed a 5-year strategy to combat anti-Black racism. Through this process, it has been revealed that the school board has an inability to engage with community members properly. The Black community members on this now dismantling anti-Black racism committee have been met with violence, superintendents calling the atrocious anti-Black experience of the committee members heartwarming stories, and a consistent unwillingness to properly engage the Black community. For 2 years as a community, we have shown up even when most of us were fatigued by the school board's lack of urgency with which we were bringing forth issues and unwillingness to listen and to hear the community, handpicking who was to be consulted in the Black community or met with violence in the informal and formal meetings of the committee. Thankfully, in May of 2022, the Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Strategy and Report was launched and published. Here I am today as a member of the Greater Essex County District School Board's Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Committee, asking why there is a motion on the floor tonight regarding policing and the possible re-engagement with policing programs at Greater Essex County without engaging the very committee where this information was formed, the Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Committee. I'm here today once again, like my colleagues have come forward at the trustee meetings about lack of consultation throughout the last 2 years. There is an in-house committee established, and it is clear that this school board's administration is trying to sidestep that committee because of the fear of what's to come. The Greater Essex County District School Board recently underwent a review of police programs centering the voices of racialized, marginalized, and 2 LGBTQIA++ individuals, students. The results speak for themselves. This report speaks to the fact that Black, Indigenous, South Asian, and 2 LGBTQIA++ students do not feel safe in schools when police are there. This in itself is enough to cease all police programs in schools. Too long, a culture of incompetence regarding community consultations has been allowed to flourish at this school board, and it is exemplified in the agenda items today. Even the next agenda item hasn't come back to the whole Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Committee. We haven't met as a committee since November. The same day, one of your secondary teachers uttered the N-word to students. That was pretty public in this area. The Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Strategy 2022 to 2027 has a set of guiding principles in the document. They are as follows, and it can be found in this report that everyone should have read at this point. They are as follows. Anti-Black racism is a systemic problem in education. Poor education outcomes reflect systemic biases, not ability. Black parents and community members must be engaged as partners in their child's education. Let me repeat that. Black parents and community members must be engaged as partners in their child's education. Urgent change is needed. I'll repeat it. urgent change is needed. Ideology and culture need to change, not only behaviors. Ideology and culture need to change. The board will adopt a learning mindset when implementing this strategy. The measures of progress for Black students and staff will be outcomes, not activities, accountability and transparency. I will repeat that, accountability and transparency. I'm here tonight to make sure that those guiding principles are upheld. I need to note something before I go on. Policing as an institution is systemically racist, anti-Black, transphobic, anti-Indigenous, homophobic, ableist, and more. Policing in North America is founded off of people hunting down formerly enslaved people who have liberated themselves from enslavement, trying to bring them back into enslavement by force and violence. The RCMP was literally founded to expressly make sure Indigenous people stayed on reserves. That means its foundation is systemically racist. This needs to always be acknowledged and recognized when speaking about police, regardless of the context. The review of police present and programs at the Greater Essex County District School Board only came to fruition because of the Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Strategy and Report and the tireless Black community advocacy in the committee. Policing in schools in Greater Essex was only reviewed because of the advocacy of the Black community and the work done in the Anti-Black Racism Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Committee. To vote on the following motion tonight would personally, I believe, to be irresponsible. Motion is as follows: that the board form a committee made up of, but not limited to, senior administration, school administration, 2 trustees, representatives, local police forces, and other community members as deemed appropriate by the committee to review the report and consider next steps. No police officer should sit on a committee such as this. No police officer should be at the table to espouse propaganda and further advocate for police to be in schools. The review of the police presence in Greater Essex has a few recommendations that I think people should hear. Greater Essex should remove all classroom-based engagements with police services in response to the finding that a majority of racialized, marginalized students report feeling unsafe with police presence in school. All school curriculum activities should be optional, require consent, and thoroughly communicated. Grade 6 VIP and Grade 9 BRAD content should be replaced with programming that engages community members in sharing their lived experiences. Greater Essex should provide training for officers who visit schools and engage with students. The report is explicit. There is no reason to make yet another committee with police officers at that to determine next steps. The school should tell the police next steps with proper engagement with the community, one of those guiding principles. Know that I do not take this lightly coming in front of you and speaking on this matter about police in schools. Hear me when I say this. I am against police in schools. I do not believe police make schools safer. The last time I spoke out and up unapologetically about policing programs in schools in an April 2022 Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Committee, giving an account of my personal interactions with policing in schools in the form of one of my Black students, while I was a Change Your Future counselor here, tasered and arrested at school. A police officer in that meeting dismissed me publicly, implied I was lying, and because I spoke up, that officer showed up at my place of work the next day. This advocacy work is not safe, this advocacy work is not easy, and yet the Black community continues to make themselves available regardless of the disrespect the school board shows in turn. I urge the trustee to not even consider this motion, to understand that this is continued disrespect, to know that a proposed committee with police officers on it, even though the police report is explicit, would be furthering that blatant and systemic anti-Black racism, transphobia, ableism, and discrimination against 2S LGBTQIA++ students who express statistically being the least safe in schools with police. The Greater Essex County District School Board housed the last segregated school in Ontario. SS number 11 in Colchester, Ontario closed in 1965. A lot of you were probably still were born by then, not me. It is not surprising that this school board is so incredibly behind and backward in dismantling systemic anti-Black racism in the form of police programs. Since yesterday was Dr. Martin Luther King Day, and I'm sure most of you engaged with him as a man and his sermons and his writings, his speeches, his preaching, his teaching, and thoughts in an extremely superficial and whitewashed way, I will leave you with this Black radical Christian, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, revolutionary internationalist who was deemed as an enemy of the state and assassinated for his radical work and words. The hottest place in hell is reserved for those who remain neutral in times of great moral conflicts. Some of you don't recognize that this is a great moral conflict and are part of the problem. Others don't want to go against the police. In the words of Dr. King as well, the time is always right to do what's right. The report is presented. The findings are explicit. I urge you to do the right thing.
Lori, thank you. Do we have any questions for clarification from trustees? Yep. Trustee Nelson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Speaker. Earlier, you had mentioned that consultation is needed from communities, specifically the Anti-Black Racism Committee. But by the end, it sounds as though you're not really opposed or in favor of having additional conversations. Could you just clarify?
I did not say that at all. We are sitting on an dismantling anti-Black racism committee. We have regular intervals in which we meet. I believe that this should absolutely come back to that committee. We meet, I think, the beginning of February. This has not come back to that committee. We sit here as Black community members volunteering our time. And I'm going to say this, a lot of our time. Some of it has been really, it's been a struggle to be a part of some of these committees because we are Black people. We are talking about systemic and interpersonal anti-Black racism. It is harmful for us to sit in these spaces every single day, especially with people who haven't necessarily understood what we're even talking about at this point. It's been a journey, it's been rough and it's been tough, but we're still here. And so I absolutely believe it needs to come back to the committee. And if it doesn't, then it just exemplifies the systemic anti-Black racism that we're talking about once again.
Thank you.
Any other trustees? Trustee Burgess?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and it is for clarification because I'm trying to reconcile something, and I think it's for the speaker, but possibly for administration, but for clarification. I just want to make sure. The DABR, the Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Committee, has not met since November. I want to make sure that that's clarified. Was that what the that the old board would have known that? This new board, they have not met since we organized in mid-November? Is that possible? And my question for clarification is that what would prevent us from having met with Deborah when this was given more than a month's notice, like we knew this was coming?
Trustee Burgess, do you have a question of clarification from the speaker?
I can clarify.
I guess my question would be, there was an expectation that the DABR would be consulted in this motion. Is that, I want to make sure there's an expectation, which...
Unequivocally, I would say, and I can clarify. We have had working group meetings, but we have not had a large dismantling anti-Black racism committee meeting. So it is possible that this work and everything that is being talked about in this motion was in a working group. I don't believe, and I can't say that with 100% certainty, that one of the, I think 6 or 7 working groups were specifically tasked with this item because there is an external consulting dealing with it. So as a member of 2 of the working groups, that's not what we're doing in those working groups, but we have not had a meeting since November, and it has not been brought to the whole of the Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Committee. And I would say that there is an expectation that it would have been, because I will say that we did have the external consultant come to our meeting and did inform us of the process of what was going to happen. I was interviewed as part of that process, and so I know that this is not something that just happened overnight, but nothing has been said to us, but the work in that committee specifically is what is informing this review, and so it should absolutely come back to that committee. At least, first of all, I will say this wholeheartedly. I didn't even know this was on the agenda. I hadn't even heard anything about this. I happened upon it, and so I think that's also problematic because, you know, there is ways of communicating outside of regular meetings with our committee. I had no clue, and I have surveyed a few, most of the committee members, and that is the truth.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other trustees? And thank you very much for your presentation, and if you could provide a copy to the director's office, thank you very much. So trustees will get that. Thank you. Now we're moving to the speakers. Liz, Kim, that's your expenses. Could you give that to Kim? Give that to Kim. Thanks. Sorry about that. Too many papers. Okay. First on the speakers list, we have Robin Ganem. I hope I'm saying that right. Speaking to the 2 SLBGTQIA plus curriculum. Welcome. And
Welcome.
you have 5 minutes
Thank you.
to make your presentation.
Okay. My heart is beating like crazy.
Yeah, just relax. We're friendly.
Thank you. Can I just get set up here for a minute first? Okay. Just have to get just make sure my paperwork is all in order here.
If you can provide a copy of your presentation to the director's office, that would help us, because then we can attach it to the minutes and all the trustees will be able to read it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of order. Well, I think it's a point of order. I just got a message sent to me that said that we're not streaming. I just got a message sent to me somebody who's trying to watch it and said that we're not streaming. Is it possible that they're having a problem on their end, or somebody could check whether or not we're live streaming?
Sorry to interrupt. This is Superintendent Clarebach joining by phone tonight. I can confirm that I'm live streaming the meeting, although I did have to make a couple of attempts to get it to work.
Yeah, I just, through you, Madam Chair, I just did speak to technical. There have been a couple times when it's been up and down, but they are continuing to broadcast it. So it is, but there were a couple blips. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are we all set? Okay. Yep. Oh, okay. Hi, thank you for your time, administrators, boards, teachers, schools, parents, students, sorry. I stand with Linda Kin in her motion. When I started investigating this 2SLBGTQ+++ agenda indoctrination movement, I was literally sick to my stomach. What is said of your stomach? In spirit is in spirit intuition. It's called your second brain. When something is not right, we feel it. It brings on emotion. What do they say? Listen to your gut. I got a gut feeling. We should pay attention. It's trying to tell us something. I speak to you all in love, not judgment. Some parents teach your children sex. The sex. You are a boy, you are a girl. Some parents teach gender. Okay, you can do either or. When students come to school, they all know they're just children, innocent, curious, and fun. Teachers must now teach the children that your parents were wrong because they didn't teach you gender. At 4 years old, JK, now you're being taught there is a girl or a boy. Not yet. You may be a boy, you may be a girl, or you may be neither. You may be none. You may change today and be something different tomorrow. There are over 100 pronouns and too many genders, says the books. But you may have been born into the wrong body. You might be a tomboy, or you may not be. I'm exhausted, not sure how the teachers and parents are feeling, but wait. You must call me by my proper pronoun today, because tomorrow it may be different. But if you don't, that's called disrespect, hate speech, bullying, and discrimination. I don't want to learn about this. I want to be a kid. We're all accepting of each other's differences. Excuse me. You see, I am a child. I'm curious by nature. I will talk to my parents. My parents taught me God's word. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because I am perfectly and wonderfully made. But the school board says the teachers must teach SLLGBTQ+++. If a child says to the teacher, I want my name changed, and the teacher says, okay, you don't have to tell your parents. That will be our secret. I refer you to the article here, Greater Essex County District School Board, Gender and Identity Expression. Students and or their parent have the requested the change of their gender, name, pronouns, and waiting for purposes. The request comes directly from the student. There is no age limit on making an accommodation request. Young students have the same rights to privacy and to have a accommodations made on their behalf with or without their parents' or guardians' knowledge. So a 4-year-old can sign a form saying they want to change their name and that the teachers cannot tell the parents. A 4-year-old doesn't even know how to understand how to write and read and comprehend or sign their name yet, but they have a right under the guise of privacy. What is grooming? Overall, grooming, it's best to think of grooming as an intentional and gradual process that manipulates and deceives the victims into willing participation. Children often seen with little parental supervision are typically desirable prey. There's no parental supervision at school for 8 hours a day. Okay, lies and secrecy are the biggest part of grooming. And trust me, I'm not coming after our teachers. I fully respect our teachers. They have a big job in their hands. This agenda is what I'm coming after, not the teachers. I refer to you the grade, sorry. They want it to be a secret. I refer to the article, Grade 6 County Board. The biggest part of grooming is not allowed to tell their parents, so now they're teaching the kids how to lie. You have to teach your kids how to lie now. The children are actually allowed to lie. Greater Essex County created a role to teach all its classes. They created a role for equity and inclusion. Human Rights System Advisor Roz Salvador, they, them, will help develop champion equity-minded policies with the board. They say, I want to support the movement, not education, the movement. Ross will work with Greater Essex County to identify some systemic anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Black racism, anti-Asian racism, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, anti-Semitism, ableism, and many other forms of inequities. It's overwhelming to expect that the teachers are going to be able to have to teach all this and do all this. She's going to incorporate these. Human Rights Commission, sexual harassment in education. Sexual harassment includes posting shocking pornography, sexual pictures, graffiti, sexual images. There's a lot going on. In closing, I'd just like to say.
Point of order, the speaker has reached 5 minutes. Your
Pardon
mic's
me?
not on.
In closing, I'd like to say thank you for... In closing, I'd like to say there's a lot going on here. This is not a fact of teaching children to anti-bully, to not discriminate, to be nice and kind to their fellow students. This is a matter of indoctrinating our children, and we don't have a choice. Lions of Judah are waking up. Pushback has already begun. God says, let our children go. Folks, this is good versus evil battle.
Chair Hatfield,
so, Lord, I
please use your
thank you for the
microphone.
time to share your word, shed light on this agenda, and Lord, I ask you to take down every stronghold of the enemy in Jesus' name.
Madam Chair, please call for order.
I'm trying to get through.
5 minutes is not enough time for this big agenda.
Sorry. Thank you. This is one of the few boards that gives the public the right to sign up and come to speak to us in an open forum. This is not typical across the province of Ontario, and we know that for a fact. And we've been doing this for a very long time, giving the community the opportunity to come and let us know how they feel about different issues within our school board. And I think that it's a very valuable and useful thing for the community to be able to do that. I think up until now the community has appreciated those opportunities. But if we can't do it in a way that is respectful to the fact that this is a business meeting of the trustees, then this practice might not be able to continue. And I think that, would be a detriment. So please, because I will clear the room if we don't have order and if we don't have the respect that we need to carry out the business of the school board. This is not a meeting of the public. This is a meeting of the trustees to conduct the business of the school board. We have an agenda, we have rules, we have regulations, we have the Education Act that dictates how we have to get our business done. We appreciate that the community comes to share their points of view with us. We do appreciate it. And I think that we have shown nothing but appreciation to the public when they do come. So please, if you would allow us to continue our meeting in a way that is respectful, we will get through the rest of the speakers without having to clear the room. So, because that's our rule. You sign up to be a speaker, you have 5 minutes. You sign up to be a delegation in advance of the meeting to speak to an item on the agenda, it's 10 minutes. It's all spelled out very clearly. And all it takes is a call to the Board of Education to be given that information. We are following the rules, and I ask that the speakers respectfully also follow the rules. Please. The second speaker on our list is Patsy Koppas, speaking on the topic of bullying. And again, it's 5 minutes. And Ms. Koppas, if you could provide us with a copy of the presentation, then we can circulate it to the trustees. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Patsy Koppas. I would like to thank the 2 trustees who telephoned me last night. I'm not sure what the purpose of the call was, but it was not what I expected. I don't know if anyone else received a phone call asking what the topic of their speech was for tonight, but I was hoping the phone call was for another reason. Tonight I'm here to talk on the subject of bullying. I was bullied in school over 50 years ago. It's sad that bullying starts at such an early age, but bullies find something different about you. For example, you're poor, you don't dress the same as others, or it could be a mental or a physical disability. But when you get bullied at a young age, it affects you for the rest of your life. It makes it difficult to speak out in public, and especially at school. But you know what happened to the bullies then? Nothing. 30 years later, my daughter and son were bullied and threatened many times. I considered moving them to another school, but the school did nothing, and the bullies won again. 2007, 2 students started Pink Shirt Day as a result of a boy in Nova Scotia who was bullied for simply wearing a pink shirt like the one I am wearing. This was a student initiative, not the school. Students fought back because the schools did nothing. Fast forward to 2022. Every school and workplace has developed anti-bullying campaigns to provide a safe place for everyone. There has always been a massive push for inclusivity in our education system and in our work environment as well. Imagine my shock when I found myself being bullied again, but this time as an adult and at a public televised school board meeting. I spoke at the meeting and was bullied by this board. I began my speech by sharing that I have a disability and that was my first time speaking. Please refer to your YouTube channel at 2:40, where you can see a trustee continually berate me in a very unprofessional manner for not being prepared. Linda Kinn, my local trustee, was the only one to come to my defense and called a point of order, and it was ignored. She was finally able to speak in my defense and said I had been given the information that was requested by a trustee, but she was told it was not a point of order. Audience members observed the disrespect given to Linda Kinn, but in her defense, out of all the trustees who have received emails from concerned parents, she is the only one who responds in a timely manner. At this time, I would like to refer you to one of your training modules, number 3, where it says, under an effective school board. The board serves as a role model for the education system and the community. And under section 169.1 of the Education Act, it says, promote the prevention of bullying. It also says school board trustees are community leaders who have a responsibility to all the families in their community, and that trustees demonstrate their leadership by establishing a respectful, caring, professional climate throughout the school board. This is from your training module. Trustees hold themselves accountable for their conduct. In exercising their role, trustees are required to comply with the board's code of ethics or conduct, which sets out standards that govern the ethical behavior of trustees. This includes the expectation to act with integrity, adhere to high ethical standards, and to conduct themselves in a manner that enhances public confidence in Ontario's publicly funded education system. Boards of trustees hold themselves accountable to their codes. I was not comfortable at the last meeting, and neither was the audience. The emails and phone calls you received after were a direct result of your conduct. We need to know whose responsibility it is to make sure trustees follow their code of ethics or conduct and stop any questionable behavior. I want all parents to feel safe from harassment and bullying when they bring their concerns and speak at these public meetings. Trustees have expressed concerns about their safety and compared meetings like the ones in the USA. I would like to think that we have tried to use some restraint, but our frustrations are running high due to trustees not responding to emails in a timely manner. But these meetings will only be civil if we both act with integrity and mutual respect. I also want to bring to your attention your posture. Watch the video and see the body language of several trustees when another trustee speaks. Their body language speaks volumes, and it is not very professional on their part. They show such a level of disrespect towards a fellow trustee. We need to dismantle all forms of bullying at all levels of the GECDSB. I would respectfully like to suggest all trustees go for a refresher training so they practice the board's code of ethics and conduct and commit to no bullying. In closing, I demand a public apology.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions of clarification from trustees? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming tonight. Thank you.
I don't get an apology?
That's not the purpose of the presentation. The presentation is for us to hear your point of view.
Okay, well, I'll expect to get
you.
one when I
Thank you.
email this to you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Wells. Michael Wells, speaking on gender and equity policy. Welcome, Mr. Wells, and like the others, you have 5 minutes, and if you could provide a copy of the presentation to the director's office, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Mike Wells, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on a subject dear to my heart, the gender identity and expression policy. To me and others, this is just another way of grooming of the children. They teach by this school board, adding a no-tell parents policy on their child transitioning. With this policy, the teacher takes the word of an impressionable, ill-informed, emotional minor, frightened to tell their parents of their transitioning, due to the possible repercussions associated with their decision. The teacher, it appears, does not have to use common sense and the truth of the child's family life to determine the child's safety. The truth, it seems, lies with the child and the parents. However, this school board wouldn't have any knowledge of this, as your policy in place prevents you from finding this out. Your pat on your back for initiating the policy would be justified, if not for the fallout of the families you unjustly and self-righteously destroyed, all the while going against the trust in this school board to keep their child safe from any harm whatsoever. Now, had you introduced a third party, such as a counselor, to assist between the parents and the child, educating them on transitioning and the life-changing consequences of their actions, would have been a better place to start. Breast augmentation, penis removal, chemical castrations are just to name a few of the physical portions of this decision. The pain, the peer pressure, the ridicule, the lack of self-esteem, the fear, and most importantly, since you removed the parents and family from the equation, the lack of support, compassion, and the love for this child is the beginning of the mental portion of this equation. When I was young, I endured abuse at the hands of my parents. I was chained to the front yard like a dog because my mother wanted to sleep. I was strapped so bad that at gym time, wearing shorts with brutal marks all up and down the backs of my legs and hidden areas, having to give some lame excuse why I had them. In both instances of clearly abuse, no one said anything. Today we have Children's Aid Society. However, their power today overreaches and removes kids from families with no physical proof of abuse, creating hardship for families and financially and obtaining a lawyer to get their child back. This school board, whose job it is to teach and protect the child in the school system with zero policy on bullying and abuse, allows an adult teacher to make a decision for this minor based on potential consequences for this minor's decision to transition. Where is there abuse from the parent? Or is this based on possibility of abuse from the parent? The school board is using a misinformed narrative, manipulating the most vulnerable of children in an attempt to play political correctness in this woke society, instead of doing their job and act like adults like they are and truly protect and educate these children and their parents. Who do you truly believe has the best interest in the child at heart? The parents that had the child, support the child, love the child, or a self-righteous, misinformed, dispassionate school board that will never support them throughout the years of their life? I have a few stats here for you. The suicide rate here in Canada accounts for a staggering 24% of all deaths to be among 15 to 24-year-old children. The teens today here in Canada account for the most suicide attempts than any other age group in Canada. Think if these children had got the support and love they so desperately needed, how much lower those numbers would be. This school board can neither love nor support a child they know nothing about, but the parents sure can and will be there for most of that child's life. The school board needs to remove itself from the equation of grooming these young, impressionable children and simply teach the education until such time that they are old enough and mature enough to make an informed, intelligent, educated decision in transitioning through research, third parties such as counselors, and parent involvement and support. Furthermore, this policy needs a motion to be removed and reviewed with informed education, such as a time as its content is clearly in the best interest of the child and their parents or guardians. And I approve this message.
Thank you very much for sharing your point of view. And do trustees have any questions for clarification?
Over here.
Trustee Hawkins?
Yes.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. You used the term woke in your presentation. Could you define that for us?
Woke? Well, we have very similar. When you're dealing with things that are basically direct, that we would normally talk about in here, that's considered direct. When you're dealing with a woke society, meaning that instead of like we're talking about earlier, we're talking about police, right? You don't want policing involved in the educational system. That's a part of a woke society because you're putting yourself in a position in a woke society that was not of the past, right? So it's considered a woke society. People have woken up to what's happening with the COVID, right? That's a different type of wake. When you're dealing with woke people, that means that people are I can't explain it, in a sense that I'm sorry? I can define, I got it in my head, but it's kind of stuck on me here.
That's okay, thanks for trying.
It's basically, when you're dealing with a woke society, it's basically going against all the fundamental grains of what's going on there and complying with just about anything that's out there. A woke society, to me, is somebody who's complying and going along with the grains of whatever the government, whatever anybody else is pretty much telling them without actually waking up and realizing there's issues out there that need to be addressed, doing the research that you need to do, like against COVID. In other words, everybody's giving themselves the jab. Well, that's the woke society because they don't want to know what the truth is. But at the same time, when the truth is out there, they just ignore it and they tell you that I'm the guy that's bad because I'm the one who's unvaccinated. Well, that's the woke society.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other trustees? No? None? No, thank you very much. The next speaker is Elton Robinson. Elton. Elton is speaking to us tonight on 2 items on the agenda, L1 and L2. Yeah. Hi, Elton.
Hi, sorry, I had an accident over the
Okay.
holidays.
So you know you have 5 minutes.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Yep. Thanks.
I can go ahead.
5 minutes.
Hi, my name's Elton, and I'm here tonight to speak about some agenda items. First of all, regarding item L1, review of police presence and programs. I support these programs. It is imperative that children receive proper education and guidance, and this involves families and schools, but also the community, including police. Police are an integral part of our community. Young students learn about our community helpers in school, including police, who are people we can trust and count on. And our children should feel comfortable enough to approach them for help. Also, our children need to be aware of drugs, internet safety, and bullying. Children are bullied and preyed upon online and in person. They need guidance on safety. These programs help educate our children about these matters. Lastly, police in our schools can provide positive role models, and not all children have that in their lives. Let's build relationships for our community, not tear them down. Let's start by growing these relationships in our schools again. Please do not push them away. Most police are good people and should not be associated with negativity. We need them now more than ever. Second of all, regarding item L2, recommendations as to school names and mascots. I do not support this. This is a waste of time, resources, and funding. But not only that, renaming schools to disqualify or demonize historical figures, or in the name of correcting past wrongs, however well intended, does not make sense. Things like schools' names, mascot, can provide a starting point for discussions about history, how historical opinions change over time, wars, and so on. Countless historians strongly oppose criticizing historic figures by today's standards and disagree with judging historic figures from one perspective. It is important to learn and discuss history from various perspectives, the good and bad parts, and the different interpretations, some of which may even clash. Removing names or rewriting history in the name of political correctness, whether that be a historical figure or a mascot, means we are preventing today's students a chance to engage in such discussions, to be curious and to ask questions. But let's be honest, most teachers, let alone students, haven't learned about the historical figures and their mascots. So I am not sure who exactly is offended by these names. Again, renaming schools for reasons of political correctness has got to stop. As a Canadian historian once said, you cannot apply today's standards to the people in the past. That's just silly. Please reflect on these points. Greater Essex County's lens of justice, exclusion, inclusion, and diversity, lens focused by erasing founding history of what made Canada. How about the soldiers who lost their lives and their families' lenses? Queen Elizabeth is a female, a she, her, that is one of the longest leaders. Shouldn't she be something that should be highly spoken of? Vulgarity in libraries, mainly explicit books, and in our school libraries, for example, the book Push was brought up at the last board meeting, which was described as too disturbing, graphic, and could be triggering to survivors of sexual assault. Actually, the movie Precious is based on the book, which is rated R due to language, child abuse, sexual assault, so you have to be 18 to see it. Yet we have the book available for our children to enjoy in our libraries. Should we not focus on concerns like this, that parents and teachers are deeming offensive, versus renaming mascots in schools? We never spoke of banning books or burning books, preventing this free speech, stopping these books from coming to market. It is about carefully monitoring and regulating what our children have access to in the public schools libraries. By supporting these books, we're supporting vulgarity, explicit comments, are we not? Is anything going to be done about these concerns? Parents, educators, and constituents are feeling ignored and losing faith and confidence in this board. But that can change. Please support keeping police in our schools, and please do not support changing schools' names and mascots in the name of political correctness, and respect the value of acknowledging history. Thank you. And you might want to look up, lastly, the Toronto District School Board right now about what's going on in the schools there.
Thank you, Alton, and you can submit your,
Pardon?
thank you. You can submit your remarks to the director's
Yes,
office.
I'll
so we can
email
get
them
a
to
copy.
Melissa.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So questions of clarification, Trustee Chin?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. And could you explain what happened in the TDSB regarding your final comment?
They have a school there. I can send it in my my minutes for Melissa there. I have the articles from PAF if you want to look up Parents as First Educators. They're a group out of Toronto. There's a name, but anyways, there's a school. The kids actually have to go down to the McDonald's or Wendy's to go to the bathroom because all the doors have been taken off. One bathroom is used just for fighting, one is just used for drugs, and one is used just for sexual acts. They have principals not showing up for school. They have staff not showing up for school. It's all in the paper, but I will send it to my discovery.
Thank you. Any other questions from trustees? No. Thank you very much, Alton, for coming
Thank you
tonight.
very much.
Yeah, thanks.
I do one thing.
Sorry?
I do one thing.
Quick.
Can everybody in the gallery realize these people are professionals and they got our best interests at heart? Even though we might not agree with everything on them, you're never going to agree 100% with everybody. So please, I was caught on myself. I apologize for what I said the one time, Melissa. And please, these people are respectful. They're not going to listen to us unless we're respectful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alton. The next speaker is Nicole Dagno, speaking on advocacy and parent rights. Good evening, and like the other speakers, you have 5 minutes, and if you could provide a copy, that would be helpful.
Oh, I have one here.
Yep, thank you.
Who does it go to?
Ms. LeBoeuf in the front row. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do I start? Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. My name is Nicole Dagno. I'm a University of Windsor graduate with an honors degree in psychology. I come from a family of educators, social workers, and my father was the chief psychologist of the school board. You can say that growing up, I learned a great deal being surrounded by such adults. At a very young age, I was taught by my wise, loving, and protective parents that if an adult ever says to me, "This is our secret, you don't have to tell your parents," that adult is a danger. Thank you. Thank you. This secrecy language is a fundamental tool for groomers and predators. I have 2 children that I've raised by myself. Their father had mental health and addiction issues, and he stopped being in my children's lives when they were 2 and 3 years old. He subsequently died a few years ago. Based on my education and what I know of their dad, I've had a keen eye on my children from an early age. When they started school, I shared my hopes with the administration and their teachers that there would be other adults supporting my children. I did not want either of them following in their father's footsteps. I had faith that the school and I would work together to ensure my kids' successes. This has not happened. My son has faced challenges with staying focused and sometimes doesn't think about his consequences, the consequences of his actions. Despite my many attempts to give teachers suggestions as to how to support him, my son was labeled very early on as a problem child, and I have a reputation as an irritating parent. That's a badge I wear very proudly because it means I'm doing my job. Prior to lockdowns, there had been a handful of times when things got so bad with teachers and administration that I brought my concerns to the higher ups. And I learned that they have each other's backs. The principal will be supported by the superintendent will be supported by the trustee. A parent's concerns are ignored, and children end up slipping through the cracks. No one knows, loves, and cares for the children more than the parents. Despite this, there were really no big agendas that I was aware of being taught to the kids that parents should be overly concerned about. After lockdowns, when kids returned to school, school policy had been utterly transformed. When I learned that a new board policy had been enacted that allowed a child to keep a secret from their parent regarding a medical decision, the mama bear in me growled loudly. This is when I became much more vocal, particularly on social media. My family's vaccine status is not necessary to disclose here, nor anywhere for that matter. But in general, regardless of how one sees the push for vaccination, a board policy that allows teachers and administrators to tell my child that it's okay to get vaccinated at school without my knowledge or consent is horrifying. It is this secrecy policy that concerns me the most. You have heard a lot from the parents' concerns about the trans movement and books on library shelves. I will not reiterate all of that here, and I will not be accused of being phobic just because my concerns about the secrecy policies. If a child is showing tendencies to want to transition, that child needs as much support as he or she can possibly acquire. To keep parents in the dark about a child changing their name, their pronoun, and their gender at school is extremely dangerous. Do any of you have children? I can't imagine any parent thinking it's okay for an adult outside of the home to keep a secret with a child, especially secrets that involve medical interventions that have lifelong repercussions such as vaccination and gender transitioning. I am extremely concerned about the weight of the issues you are forcing upon children. They are being told to keep secrets from their parents. They are being exposed to sexualization. They are being taught very adult terms such as sexism, transphobia, homophobia. These are massive concepts for elementary children, and I believe there's going to be serious repercussions. It is my hope that by us speaking together, you will all begin to wake up to the negative consequences of what is being forced down upon all of us by entities who consider themselves way higher up than anyone here in this room. You have power to begin to speak, to start pushing against this very destructive wave. You, trustees, are meant to be a voice for the parents. The children are in danger. I have one last sentence. We must protect these kids who've been through enough. They just want to go to school, learn to read, and play with their friends. Please help us to stop the secrecy policies. Thank you so much.
Questions from trustees? For Trustee Burgess?
For clarification of the speakers, she's left, but Madam Chair, through you.
Yes?
No,
question?
through you. I just didn't catch the name. Nicole, and I didn't get the second name.
Dagno, D-A-I-G-N-A-U-L-T.
Dagno.
Thank you.
Dagno en français.
I-E-O-L-T.
Oui.
Okay. Merci bien.
Thank you.
Merci. Il y a des questions pour moi? Non? OK.
Thank
Merci.
You. The last speaker on the list is Gina Marcon. Gina, I didn't get the topic. Sorry. L2? Yeah, thanks. Okay. Gina, you have 5 minutes, and if you could provide the copy to
Yes.
the directions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll send that to Melissa. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. To all of our members here, my name is Gina Marcon. I am a recently retired educator. I come out this evening not to talk to you about the historical atrocities that happened worldwide in the name of the British Empire, colonialism, or Christianity. We know it was horrific. We know there should be more history lessons. We know we all have a lot to learn. I am not here to discuss the detailed chart created by the board on category A, B, or C schools, their concerns on mascots, Vikings, or pirates. I am not here to discuss how concerned I am that this came up so quickly without the community input. Every school that has been opened in Greater Essex in the last 12 years has had the opportunity for community and parent input. Why not this? Also, where was this conversation prior to the last election? I'm sure had the communities known that this was coming around the pike, there would have been a huge discussion prior to the election in October. I am here, however, to be the voice of the children. I need to stand here and speak on behalf of the elementary students in Greater Essex who are just returning to school to somewhat normal or a traditional school year. If that report is correct and this is approved, those students will have only experienced normal traditional school for 2 years post-pandemic. Why sabotage their foundation, their structure, their security? Why change something that a community has built? The pride in their school, their mascot, school colors. We know a school is more than bricks and mortar. It is their second home. But actually, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to talk and to get down to brass tacks. Money. It all has to do with money. I loved King Edward School. I loved teaching there for 19 years, and I love seeing the stone with the name of King Edward School that has been on that building for 115 years. But I completely understand the history. But let's talk about money. There isn't enough money for what the students need, and they are in crisis. What will this cost? Changing the names, $1 million, $2 million? Our students need technology in the schools. They need Lexia licenses. They need support staff to cover the daily absences. They need ECEs and EAs. They need social workers to support their mental health. Our kids are in crisis. Our teachers are in crisis. We know our students are behind academically, socially, and emotionally because of the pandemic. Let's put our focus there. Perhaps this idea can be looked at in 5 years or 10 years. But 2 years after a pandemic, I say no to changing the school names. And I hope you do too. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Gina, we might, no? Are there any questions for clarification? Nope. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. Thank you very much to all of our speakers tonight. We're going to move on with our agenda now to item L1 under new business, which is the final report, the review of the police presence and programs. And tonight we do have the consultant that worked for the board on this. Mr. Neil Price is here to walk us through the report.
Could I just ask if Superintendent Korbach, who's on the phone, is going to introduce this, or are we just going right to the report? Pardon?
Introduce Neil Price, co-founder and executive director of Logical Outcomes. As you can see from the report that was compiled over the last several months on police presence and programs in schools, Logical Outcome was the consultancy group that conducted the consultation, conducted the survey, and provided the final report. So Neil is here tonight to talk through the process, the methodology, the findings, and the recommendations from the report. So thank you, Neil, and welcome.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Good evening. Thanks to everyone for having me here. My name is Neil Price. I'm
now exiting.
That's okay. I'm the Executive Director of Logical Outcomes. We are a nonprofit consultancy. We like to stress that because our mission really is to help organizations improve their effectiveness. We have a deep interest in social service work. We have a deep interest in the public good. And so a lot of our work is really about engaging communities, gathering information, and presenting our findings. So today I'm just going to give you an overview of the report that has been submitted to the board, and I hope to leave some time if there's any questions. So first, let me just talk a little bit about the scope of the review. The review looked at in-school programs and the presence of police officers, which is what you've heard. So we looked at the SRO programs or initiatives. We looked at VIP, BRAD. But I want to stress that our goal was not to go into those programs and assess how they're designed, how they're delivered. What we're interested in is whether the stated outcomes of those programs are having their desired impact or their desired effect in schools, namely with students. One of the limitations that we had for this review, of course, was
participants are waiting in the lobby. To admit all participants in the lobby.
It's okay. That's okay. One of the limitations we had was the fact that this work came on the heels of a pandemic. And so we had an intentional focus on secondary school students because we recognize, looking at programs that they would have encountered in grade 6, grade 9, we simply didn't have enough students who would have had those experiences. So we really focused on secondary students who would have had some exposure to some of the programs we were looking at. Our methods and approaches included an extensive literature review looking at this issue of police in schools. We spoke to 30 individuals through in-depth interviews. We conducted 4 focus groups with students, and we conducted 2 surveys with students and community. The student survey received, I don't have the end number here, but the student survey had close to 300 respondents. So not an insignificant number, and the community survey had an enormous response. I believe the number was up to 3,000 respondents informed that survey. We took a youth-centered approach by inviting students to participate in our process as youth researchers. So they helped us develop some of our research questions. They helped us look at our findings when they came in on a preliminary basis. And we hope that what that signaled was that their perspective was essential, and that this is about them essentially, and that they should be involved. We took a trauma-informed approach, emphasizing universal design and learning principles, and we tried to center student voices. And as you heard from speakers earlier, we prioritize the experiences and opinions of racialized and marginalized identities, given that in this subject matter, those are groups that have historically had challenging relationships with police, as well as with schools. So our first step was to interview police and staff with respect to their experiences of these programs. And some of what we heard was, these programs or these initiatives help with relationship building and mentorship. We heard that there's opportunities for learning through encounters with police. We heard about these initiatives or programs giving police the opportunity to present a positive image around policing. We heard about, sorry, there's a typo there, that's breaking down barriers. We heard about police seeing these encounters, these engagements as opportunities to maintain order in school in some instances, and sometimes provide mediation when there's conflict. And we also heard from some police officers that at times decisions are made to look at alternative resolutions rather than those that lead to arrests or detainment of students. I do want to stress, though, that the stated outcomes of, for example, VIP, self-esteem, confidence building, developing respect for others, etc., were the kinds of outcomes that we were asking whether or not students felt that that's what those programs were about. That's what they were experiencing or gaining from those programs. Several interview participants responded to this by saying that those programs lack a clear mandate. So it's not entirely clear to members of the community why the SRO program exists. We heard from staff, parents, and students say that this was not clearly articulated. And although feedback on some SRO presentations was positive, we did hear some positive comments about those programs. Several respondents pointed out that the SROs are not trained as educators, and that police approaches to engaging and educating children and youth are not therefore grounded in evidence or trauma-informed approaches. Respondents also shared that in an education school environment, subject matters around safety, around using substances, alcohol, these are topics that are better to be led by educators in collaboration with professionals, which might, when the opportunity or the topic calls for involvement of police, there's an opportunity to see police as partners. We also explored asking staff and students with experience of these programs whether those outcomes that I highlighted before were achieved. Here we get a mixed result. Some students are not in, one of the things that was made clear is that students are not involved in defining these outcomes. There's never been a review of these programs, as I think one of the past speakers said. So we're really starting from scratch in terms of assessing whether these programs are meeting their outcomes. Some adults spoke highly of individual SROs and their ability to engage with students in a meaningful way. We also heard from administrators that appreciated the role of SROs as mediators. However, there's no evidence that SROs contribute to keeping students out of the criminal justice system, which is what we heard on a few occasions from police officers. And as I said, some officers do engage in a kind of discretionary decision-making around, discipline or whether or not a student should be arrested and this sort of thing. We did hear that there's times where police officers seek to avoid those kinds of outcomes for students. Many participants that we heard from, including students, thought that the presence of diverse officers was seen as a way to promote policing as a viable career. We did hear that, demonstrating that police officers can be positive role models. So, are the programs having their desired impact on students? Regarding education through the VIP program, students mostly recalled it was about drugs. I'm quoting there, which doesn't seem to align with some of those broader aims of VIP, right, around personal development and relationships, etc. Just under half of the students surveyed agreed that this program was valuable, with white students more likely to express value in the program, and 2S LGBTQIA plus students least likely to express value. With respect to BRAD, 34%, you'll see there's a kind of even distribution here. 34% said yes, there's value. Another third says maybe, and then slightly more than a third say no. Do students of all identities recognize and support the intended outcomes of this policing? What we found was Middle Eastern, South Asian, and white students were more likely to agree that interactions with police in schools made a positive impact on their opinion of police. Less likely to agree with this idea were Black, African, or 2S LGBTQIA plus students. On the next slide, you'll see that when asked if students would talk to an officer at school, the majority of all groups, student groups, displayed, with exception of students with disabilities, somewhat likely or very unlikely to speak with an SRO. Least likely to speak with an SRO, again, 2S LGBTQA+, 59%, South Asian students, 56%, also very unlikely. In this chart here, you'll see highlighted in response to the question, if you saw an SRO, how likely are you to speak with them? You'll see that South Asian students and 2S LGBTQIA plus students very high here in somewhat unlikely or very unlikely. But you'll see that with the exception of students with disability, you're up and above over 50% in all categories, somewhat very unlikely. So this really goes to the core of this idea that the SROs are building relationships, are there as supporters, are there as mentors, and it does raise some questions around if students are feeling that they would be unlikely to speak with the SROs, how exactly are those relationships going to be formed? When it comes to the question of feeling safe, which is probably our most significant finding in this work, you'll see here a distribution. Do students of all identities feel safe at school in the presence of uniformed officers? We don't have a breakdown here yet on identity, but you'll see in the middle of this graph a large number of students reporting feelings of anxiousness, distractedness, as well as worry, being the significant feelings around police, uniformed police in their presence. Here we see responses to how does seeing a police officer at school make you feel? Pay attention to the green, which is somewhat unsafe. You'll see with respect to Black and African identifying students, close to 70% cite feeling somewhat unsafe. We also see South Asian students, a large number saying somewhat unsafe, as well as 2S LGBTQIA plus students. Note the differences across the groups, which really speaks to lived realities and histories with police. We know that, and there's plenty of evidence on this beyond this report, we know that these groups that are reporting feeling somewhat unsafe have long histories of exclusion, discrimination, violence in policing. So we see a correspondence there. When asked, when you see an officer at school, do you avoid them? With responses being never, rarely, sometimes, often, and always. A quarter of all students would try to avoid an officer at school. And the following students are more likely to avoid, again, South Asian, 2S LGBTQIA+, and Black African identifying students. When combined with sometimes, which is not a strong sort of favorable response, you are looking at 94% of Black students and 82% of 2S LGBTQIA+ students would sometimes, often, or always avoid police in their schools. So we were really picking up on this notion of avoidance and wondering what that's about. When asked about more or less involvement with police in schools, you'll see here that 40% of all the students we spoke to said they were open to more involvement. However, the majority at 53% express, and this is across all identities, express they would like to see less and or no involvement with police. And then overwhelmingly, again, those racialized groups, as well as 2S LGBTQA plus students, overwhelmingly saying they would like to see less or no police involvement in school. So with these findings in hand, we circled back to the board and we identified the human rights and equity principles in which the board's decisions and actions must be rooted. We heard a speaker mention these, so I won't go over them in detail, but this is a human rights issue, and there are commitments that the board is currently responsible for fulfilling that directly intersects with this work that we did to collect student and stakeholder responses with respect to police. So this is something that can't be ignored, that this work has to be seen in context in relation to these human rights obligations, as well as stated policies that the board has made. So, a number of recommendations. We made 4 in total. The first recommendation, based on the fact that a majority of racialized and marginalized students report feeling unsafe with police presence in school, we are recommending that the board should remove those engagements. The goal here is to ensure that all non-emergency police presence in schools is facilitated through an equity-focused lens that prioritizes student safety, belonging, and well-being. This means we shouldn't have police officers coming to school unannounced, uninvited, parking the cruiser in front of the school, which we heard is very, very concerning for community members, very anxiety-inducing. And rather, all of those opportunities where the board and educators decide there is a role for police to join educators in delivering topics that are relevant to law enforcement, that is when police officers would come into the school environment under a very different context than they're currently operating in schools. So you'll see here what we're trying to do is respond to the fact that we did hear from stakeholders who see relationships with the police as being valuable, as having a role, but what we're trying to achieve here is a constricting of that relationship, a constricting of that role, and most importantly, that the police involvement follows educators, follows the school in terms of deciding the content, the curriculum, where it makes sense that police participate. In line with this, and in line with recognizing that even if the school board was to develop, let's say, an initiative around a career day, I think we heard about a career day earlier, where police were invited, that may be triggering for some students. Many of the students who you saw in the findings said they feel unsafe in the presence of police officers. So with recommendation 2, what we're suggesting is that there should be a consent basis, there should be a consent process where all students have an opportunity to opt out of that content, no questions asked. There shouldn't be question as to why they're opting out. There should be an open and transparent opt-out process that doesn't further stigmatize those who have opted out And that's really on the board to really think through how to design a process where a student would say, nope, I'm not comfortable with that, and exercises their right to opt out. So we've recommended an opt-out process. With respect to VIP and BRAD, what we're seeing here in recommendation 3 is that we really should change the focus here from these being police-led, and we're recommending that experts or community leaders and others who are much more well-placed to work with students who know youth development, who are experts in pedagogy, they should be the ones who are leading this curriculum. And again, where and when appropriate, inviting police to participate, as opposed to having these be police-led. And our final recommendation recognizes the fact that, and I think we heard this from police officers as well, that they're not educators, and that when they enter a school, they're entering an educative environment. And so we think it's critical that the board, in recognizing that, create some level of training, some level of competency that would say all officers coming into the school environment should have some fundamental level of understanding of what it means to have their presence in the school, particularly in uniform. They should have an awareness around the history of policing and the impacts that it has on members of the student community. They should be invited to have training in equity-focused approaches in the school environment. So again, really emphasizing that while there's an opportunity that we're hearing from stakeholders to have a relationship with the police, it has to be fundamentally different. It has to be one that is led by the community, led by educators, informed by the community, parents and students. And in turn, if the police wish to have these relationships, we see it as being completely reasonable that any officer wanting to have a positive impact when he, she, or they enters the school environment would be open to receiving such training. Okay, and that concludes my presentation. We also in the report have included some additional considerations around future ways of evaluating initiatives. So oftentimes there's a sort of stated intent around an initiative, even a career day. But when you actually evaluate it, it's not actually meeting those outcomes. So creating an evaluation culture around these programs instead of just saying, hey, we've always done it this way, let's continue to do it, bringing that evaluation lens. We've also suggested here that there needs to be, and I think we heard this from a speaker earlier as well, there needs to be a real shift in seeing police as partners and really emphasizing the importance of having a protocol that speaks to what it means to have police inside schools at all. So if these incidents, as we've heard, are handled poorly, their impacts can be traumatic and everlasting. As a responding community partner, police have a responsibility to act within the school community in accordance with GECDSB's police role in schools protocol. So emphasizing that. And then lastly, again, re-emphasizing this idea that the board should consider how they can work with police services to prioritize the use of youth-trained officers who come to the school environment with an orientation around youth development and equity. Okay, thank you very much for your time, and I'm open to some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Price, as well, for doing all the work in your company, and for presenting that overview for us. Thank you very much. There is a recommendation, and I know that trustees want to get into questions. Trustee Leclerc, you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Price, full disclosure, I spent 30 years as a police officer in the city of Windsor, and my wife happens to share the same surname as you. Anyways, so I just so you understand where I'm coming from, I am a very progressive person politically, and I was a youth crime officer for many years. I spent a lot of time in high schools. So I'm old. I'm retired. This predates SROs. Okay, and I can tell you, as a youth crime officer, one of the principles of the Youth Criminal Justice Act is to ensure that young people are diverted away from the criminal justice system. And I spent an inordinate amount of time redirecting young people away from the criminal justice system to other resolutions to avoid the criminal justice system. So that's where I come from. I also taught VIP for many years, and I've had several instances over the course of the years where the most recent one was I was having Bell 5 installed in my house, and the technician showed up, and when I opened the door, he's like, "Constable Ron." Yeah, no, I'm retired Inspector Ron now, but nevertheless, he talked to me about how great VIP was. So there are plenty of examples, and that's not to diminish, but I'm just trying to give you my lens, my context. But what I really want to drill down to is the data set, because I raised this before, that I had serious concerns about the data collection, in that I actually had some people reach out to me to say that they were able to successfully submit multiple responses to your survey. There was nothing that precluded somebody, as the one person indicated to me, somebody from Russia participating in, and I know that's an extreme example, but I'm just saying, so what I'm asking about is the data set. What checks and balances were put in place to ensure that the data that was collected, particularly the 3,000 from outside the school board, because I'm not sure what value that has. The other is it fair to say that 300 students represents 2% of all of our students in high school?
So let me start with the public survey approach. So it's not uncommon to have a public survey that's open, and you know, if anyone is has the intent to be you know, malicious or mischievous, they can do it. The government has open public surveys. What we try to do, of course, is triangulate. We try to say, from a thematic analysis basis, what are the recurring themes, ideas, concerns that are emerging? So irrespective of whether you've got 1,000 people or 100 people, we're interested in something that's coming up consistently. So that's one way that you sort of get at the question of numbers. We're very open in saying that this is non-randomized. We're not pretending that this is a scientific empirical study. That's nearly impossible with this kind of subject matter. However, when you do have 300 students speaking and sharing their experience, you have to take it seriously. It's still data, it's still storytelling. And as I said, when you start to see recurring patterns in what we're gathering from that large number of people, you begin to feel confident that you're zeroing in on shared perspectives, common experiences, etc. Your last question was with respect to, oh, right. So again, not a randomized study, but you know, not insignificant to have an opportunity to hear from 300 students.
So I do appreciate that frankness. That's refreshing to hear.
It's in the report.
Yeah, no, I wanted it out there here today, right? And I am in no way diminishing And I fully acknowledge that there are marginalized people that are of color, of Indigenous, or of the LGBTQ 2+ community. But what I saw in your report is opportunity rather than shutting a door completely. That's what I see, and that's why I hope to put forward the motion that is being recommended. So thank you for your time. I will make the motion that's written as recommended.
So I'll speak to the motion. So I'm going to be really honest. I have been involved in the VIP program just because of where I work. When I went and sat in on sessions, I thought, wow, this is pretty awesome, you know, and some of the kids' reactions were, you know, they loved it. Other kids kind of sat back and didn't really know what to think of it. Reading your report made me think of things that I never thought of. Think of things of what was going on with those kids. What happens to newcomers? What happens to marginalized groups? And it really started to make me think. And I talked to a couple trustees earlier this evening about the report. So I really, really appreciate the report. I will not support the recommendation as is. This recommendation reads, and other community members as deemed appropriately by the committee. To me, marginalized groups are once again an afterthought. Those marginalized groups should have been in that recommendation first. Because when you read this report, read what they're saying, read the results. And now we're saying, well, administrators, trustees, and a couple police officers are going to sit down and figure out what to do next. We're missing what we just did, the whole report. So I will not support it as is. I would do an amendment, and I'm not really quick with wording, but I would do an amendment to add in marginalized groups, like somehow to word it. If somebody else wants to take that over, go ahead. But that needs to be a first thought, not an afterthought. Thank you. I will make an amendment. Like I said, I'm not really great with the words really quick, but that the board form a committee made up of, well, you know what, I'm going to turn it over to Julia, to Trustee Burgess, who's much better at wording than I'm going to tell the chair.
Can I just clarify that it's not the recommendation, but the motion that's before the group? Okay, because you said recommendation in terms of the report, but it's the motion. Okay.
Correct. It's the motion. Trustee Burgess, Trustee Cook would appreciate some help with wordsmithing. I think you know what her intent is.
Okay, I'm not sure that this will fly, and I think the test will be a discussion and a vote on this amendment, but I have an amendment before me, and I want to recognize that Trustee Chin had her hand up too, so I don't want to jump the gun. So, okay, so I appreciate that. And to clarify, we have 4 recommendations from the report and 1 recommendation from, I think, senior administration. I'm not sure where the recommendation came from because it didn't come from a committee.
Senior
and it
administration from the cover letter. We have a memo.
Correct, right.
Right?
From senior administration.
A recommendation on how to proceed with the report.
So I have an amendment on L1, the recommendation before us, and it's been moved and seconded. So the amendment would read,
Sarah Godden is now exiting.
That the board form a committee made up of, but not limited to, senior administration, school administrators, 2 trustees, and I would say they need to be nominated. That's not in the motion. A minimum of 1 member of the Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Committee,
and other community members and resources as deemed appropriate by the committee to review and report and consider next steps. So it's to strike the words representatives of local police forces, and I would talk to that, why I would say strike those. I would speak to that, and to add the words and a minimum of one member of the DABR, the Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Committee, in the place of representatives of the local police forces, and everything else would be intact in the motion as far as the amendment goes. So I can repeat it.
Okay, I'm looking for a seconder. Trustee Cook, is that what you would like to see? Okay. So on the amendment.
If I could speak first and last.
On the amendment, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you. I'm striking the word representatives of the local police force because we have in the motion 2 trustees, and I think there is lived experience on our board, and I would nominate 2 trustees at this place that have policing experience, either as reserve or as a police officer. And I think they would really help inform the committee by that lived experience and having school board governance duties. I'm not going to strike the other community members and, the word also and resources. I meant and resources because bringing experts into the committee, whether they need be for presenters or whatever, I want to understand that there may be some budgetary implications to that. There might be some outreach implications to that. They may not be members of the committee or non-voting, but the committee says we need these people. So that's why I added and resources as deemed appropriate. I understand the hesitation about it looking like maybe an afterthought. I'm thinking that once the work is underway, that those community members and at least a minimum of one Dismantling Anti-Black Racism committee member would bring that other voice that is really missing in this recommendation. This isn't only anti-Black. We saw in the report who felt safe, somewhat safe, very unsafe, etc. It's not just anti-Black, but we do know, and we heard very clearly, that this committee, which this board endorses and supports, was not consulted, in my opinion, adequately enough prior to this recommendation coming forward. And I think they're an essential part of the conversation on this committee. So it doesn't have to be just one member. It could be amongst the DABR committee. They may say, we want this member, no, we want 2. I'm saying a minimum of 1, and there might be alternates so that there's always somebody there when this committee meets. And I think that's all that I'm going to speak to as far as the amendments. Thank you.
Right, so just to be clear, there were some hands flying up before we got to the amendment. So obviously people have questions. Procedurally, we need to speak to the amendment that's on the floor. So I'm still going to go by the list as long as you're going to ask a question about the amendment. And I have almost everybody on the list. Okay. Trustee Cheen, on the amendment, if that's what your question is.
Actually, I have questions and regarding the...
We can go back to questions of the report when we go to the main motion.
Actually, I put up my hands very early. I think I was the first one, but I think it's important regarding the survey. If we know more about
point of order. We have to follow the procedure first. Sorry. So, and then so what I'm doing is going through this list that everybody put their hand up. And I'm going to ask you if you want to speak to the amendment. If you're going to speak to the amendment, that's fine. If not, you're going to go back on the list later when we go back to the main motion. Buckler, you had your hand up? Not on the amendment? Okay. Trustee Armstrong, nothing on the amendment. Trustee McKinley on the amendment? Okay. Trustee Leclerc on the amendment? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess there's a couple things I want to clarify. One is I have no issue when as other community members as deemed appropriate. I assumed that shame on me for assuming. I assumed that what we would include is members of the 4 particular areas that Mr. Price's report focused on, right? South Asian, Black, Indigenous, and LGBTQ plus. That's what I assumed we would make sure that was there. So I have no problem with that. I will say that there's no such thing in Ontario as a police force. They're police services, so that's poorly worded. But anyway, but I think local police have to be at the table if we're going to be discussing how if there's going to be any improved service delivery. Like, for example, in Mr. Price's report, he talked about certain topics might be led. It should be teacher led, but may require police support in delivering the particular topic. So if the police are going to be a stakeholder in this, they should be at the table as well. That's my opinion. So unless we can amend to put them back in, I can't support the amendment, which is difficult for me because I support the first half of it, which is about adding the specific groups.
Just on that concern, I don't know that the amendment precludes us when we get to the part about other community members that we may deem necessary to come on. So there is a loophole. I'm just putting that out there, but as the mover, I would speak to that, but I want to do it in order. Yes. That was not my intent. The added as a resource of guest. I just think there's an inherent conflict of interest for police to be voting on. Yeah, that's fine. But that doesn't mean that they can't be invited as a resource. Right. Okay. And on
that changes my mind.
Okay. So the next trustee Sipkar on the amendment, and then.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, Trustee Burgess was probably reading my mind as I was thinking of amendment along a similar lines. However, my question, or I guess my concern, is that we do name the DABR committee, or in this case, as you've amended, but we don't name our other committees that are also under the equity umbrella. And I also think of groups like IAC. I think of other committees that are part of our board. And I think that it's wide enough at this point, but we do say community members and not other committee representation within our board structures. And I think that I think that those other groups would also feel similarly, having not been included as potential members of this committee. So I don't know if this is a friendly amendment, but all I'm suggesting is that I have concerns with only limiting it to the one committee, and I think it would be wise to have some kind of wording to make that more inclusive to the other group, equity-seeking groups within our board.
But there's, you're not.
Well, I can't make an amendment on the amendment, so I'm just saying, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Procedurally, there can be an amendment on an amendment before the amendment is passed. So it's in order, but if I could just speak quickly to it, I'm not opposed to adding those words, but my assumption when I say community members, a lot of the members that I'm thinking of, unlike the ethnic or things that are described only, the community members were also community members that exist within our system already and that have already made a commitment. So SEAC, IAC, GECPIC, etc., those are community members that make up those, administration is already on here. So that's my interpretation of who we have in-house that have already made a commitment to equity and our strategic priorities and being their voice in those specific areas. So engaged parents, Indigenous, those from amongst the special education.
Thank you. Trustee Cook.
So I hear I hear what, through you, Madam Chair, what Trustee Leclerc said about police being on the committee. If police are sitting on the committee, we're going to have other members of our marginalized groups not feeling comfortable to be on that committee, and that's not fair. So what we need to do, in my opinion, is to have a committee and start the process, hear what they would like, what we would all like to see happen moving forward, and at an appropriate time, bring in a police officer or whatever, and share. But we have to respect, we're not going to make any progress if we have people that aren't feeling comfortable. So.
Thank you. On the amendment, Trustee McKinley.
Yeah, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm finding this all rather confusing tonight. So I'd kind of like to ask a couple questions for my own clarification before I can make a decision one way or another. Because I honestly, before I came here, did not expect this motion to morph the way it has tonight. So based on information I've heard that one of our committees was not notified about the final recommendations and or this motion before us tonight. Am I correct? Was that, are there other committees that we also did not connect with this motion before it came to us? That concerns me. So my mind wanted to refer this motion to the committees that are most affected.
So I'm just going to call point of order, because we did point of order against Trustee Chain when she was not asking a question. We are talking about the motion.
I get that, but I can't respond.
But we're talking about amendment, and Trustee Chain wanted to ask questions too.
I understand that, but I
hear you,
can't
Trustee.
Respond to the amendment.
I hear you, but we can't allow you to ask questions.
To the committee.
The amendment is with regard to the membership on the committee.
And expanding it and adding these things, other committees to it. I understand that part. I just got questions that I need to understand before I make that decision on whether or not I want to support either of these motions, quite frankly. So.
Director, did you have something you wanted to add?
Superintendent Korback may be able to add to that through you, Madam Chair. But this was a public report. The committees were all, their voice was in the report, but it wasn't circulated, to be clear. Though this was, their voices were in, and they were directly asked to be part of the report. But I don't know if Superintendent Korback has any more information to add.
Thank you, Director Kelly, and through you, Madam Chair. Nothing additional. That's correct. That all of the committees that you're referencing were connected with the logical outcomes during the process, but their voice was represented in the consultation for the final report.
Thank you. Student Trustee Hawkins.
Thank you. I appreciate what Trustee Burgess has added to the amendment in order to make this a more inclusive committee, but I do think we are lacking student representation in this process. And I'd also like to note on the 300 students' responses to the survey. I do think 300, when you first look at it, can look like a very small number of students relative to the amount we have in the board. But to survey students on such a serious and reflective topic is very difficult to do. And I also think that racialized students may have been underrepresented in the surveying, especially if they have had negative experiences with police services. It could be a triggering or very emotionally draining experience to be trying to think about all of their negative past experiences and express those to an anonymous survey where there's no one to have compassion for them through a survey. There's no one to express empathy for them through a survey. So I think having student representation is, especially having marginalized students represented on this committee, is the most important aspect of it.
So I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask the mover of the amendment, mover and seconder, Would you accept it as a friendly amendment that we add student representation?
Madam
Or
Chair.
do you want it formalized?
Yeah, Madam Chair, you know, I'm not a fan of friendly amendments. I'm a fan of this, and I'd be happy to add it in the amendment on the table. I think student voice is essential. I just want to make sure for clarification whether it's the voice of student voice representing marginalized students, or a marginalized student, or a member of Student Senate that can understand that. I want to make sure that I understand who the student trustees would prefer. I think student voice is essential. I think it's missing. So I accept it as a friendly amendment. I just want to know.
Okay. All right. Student trustee.
I would like there to be a general wording around having student representation, because it's important to have also student willingness to share experiences. And I think if we say directly marginalized student representative, it's forcing marginalized people to speak about traumatizing experiences. So I would like a more general wording.
To that end, I put 2 student members.
Okay.
In my writing here.
And Trustee Cook, you were the seconder of the amendment? I'm good with that. You're good? Okay. And is everyone, are there any objections to allowing that friendly amendment without having to vote on the amendment to the amendment? Okay. All right. Now, we've gone through the list of trustees who wanted to speak on the amendment. So I'm now going to call for the vote on the amendment. Trustee Burgess has the final say.
I would just like to, if I can, because I have a lot of scribbling here, just re-say it, since there's been an addition, so that we know what the amendments are. That the board form a committee made up of, but not limited to, senior administration, school administrators, 2 trustees, a minimum of 1 member of the Disabling Anti-Black Racism Committee, and other community members, including GECDSB committee members.
Is now exiting.
2 student members. And, and other community, sorry, I got it wrong here, because I don't have a thing here. And other community members as deemed appropriate by the committee to review the report and consider next steps. I just want to make sure that everybody's in there. I got a little bit messed up there, but I didn't write it out. I'm just scribbling. Okay.
I'm going to take the vote now. All those in support of the amendment. Are there any opposed to the amendment? That carries. Thank you. So the amendment basically spelled out more specifically the membership of the committee. So now we're back to the main motion, which is that we do form a committee to examine this report, which is 80 pages long and quite full of information.
Point of order.
Back to the questions on the report.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Are we going to vote for this motion, and after that, do we still have chance to clarify the survey? I have questions.
So
I have never been
don't
asked.
Don't get upset. We just passed the amendment. Now
I don't think it's logical to rush to the motion without understanding the survey.
To admit all participants in the lobby, press star.
Now we're going to the main motion, which allows trustees to ask questions about the report, which is what you wanted.
Okay, thank you.
So the first person on that list was Trustee Chen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the presentation. And I appreciate your endeavor, but to be honest, I questioned the quality of the survey of your research. There is systematic biases on that. And I hope you don't mind if I, speak and you can discuss with me. And the first is that the items are full of ambiguity, And like Trustee Leclerc mentioned, that the main question that you asked is, do students feel safe at school in presence of uniformed police officers? How does seeing a police officer at school make you feel? When asked, when you see an officer at school, do you avoid them? Never, rarely, or something? I question the purpose of these questions. For me, if I were asked, if I see a police in the campus, I feel, oh, something happened. Maybe something wrong, some student bring the weapon or something. I will answer this question at absolutely not safe, because when I see the police. But it's regardless of if the police is welcome or not. I welcome the police to protect us. But before I know what happened, you ask this question, I don't know how to answer. I will answer very unsafe, but I will answer, I welcome police to be here. So this is the, this question is very obvious, and there is full of ambiguity. And also, I think that there is another systematic bias, is that obviously you have pre-existing position about you against the police. I can see that, because whenever you use the format like although like although there was the positive feedback about the police, and there is several students have negative opinions, and you always use this kind of format. The fact is the community welcome, but you said although this, and some are not satisfied. True, not everybody is satisfied with that, but to be professional consulting company, you have to, stick with the fact.
I have to call a point of order. Point of order, please.
I haven't finished that. I do have,
Trustee Chen, I just need you to bring that down to your question, please.
Okay, and there is a sentence like students. It's too much to say. That you said not all students provided positive experiences about these programs, nor were they enthusiastic about the presence of SROs in school. Thus, this review cannot conclude that the desired impact of school-based programs is applicable for all GECDSB students. What's this logic? Obviously, no actions, no programs will have fully 100% support. That's true, but not 100% support does not mean it failed. So I don't see there is any sense about this kind of judgment. And I have questions. I have questions. How many South Asians in your data? I'm Asian. When I answered the questionnaire, I saw there is Asian group. And I know many Asian parents concerned about the safety of the campus. And they answered that, but we are totally ignored. And our answer is underestimated. Even I believe many people answered. I'm not sure how many South Asian answered. You just pick the person who is the most negative group, and then you represent. It's systematic bias. You selected. Okay.
Trustee Chen, just please, let me just say something. Everyone has their opinions on the report. Everyone in this room has opinions on the report. This is the opportunity. if you need to ask a question of Mr. Price, whose company presented the report, if you have a specific question, but so far you haven't brought it down yet to your question. I appreciate all your opinions, but everybody has their opinions.
Question is that can you explain all these kind of systematic bias that I pointed out, and you can I expect your response.
So thanks for the question and comments. First of all, let me just say we were very transparent in saying that this report centered the voices of marginalized students. So if that, in your view, is a bias, then we were very open about that. Because when we did the lit review, and if you're familiar with the history of policing in this country, or how schools have been sites of discrimination, exclusion, anti-Black racism, if you're aware of that history, then you will know going into a study like this the importance of centering those voices, because those are the voices that historically have been left out. And if I can just respond.
That's your pre-existing position that I mentioned.
Sure, that's your opinion. And if I can also respond to what you described as downplaying the positive. The very fact that we arrived at recommendations that are seeking to leave space for this board to figure out how to center community, center students, but leave an opportunity to have police invited in is reflective of those views of police being contributors to the community. And this report sought very hard to be responsive to those views. So I completely disagree with your framing that we emphasize only the negative in this report.
Thank you, Mr. Price. I'm just going to mention to trustees that I would like to get through this item, L1, and then I'm going to go to the timed items, and then we're going to go back to M1, just the director's report. Okay, just so you know what the game plan is. And right now I'm working on the speakers list with regard to the main motion. Next we have Trustee Buckler.
Very quick question. I spent about 5 minutes looking for your 4 recommendations in this long report that I thoroughly read. I enjoyed I think you were great. You did a fabulous job on it.
Thank you.
Do we have your 4 recommendations somewhere?
Yeah. Yes, they're there.
I couldn't find it. We could not find it.
Page 29.
That's why we were looking at page 70. Yeah. No, that's fabulous, because I think those were the best part of. That's terrific. Thank you.
Trustee Armstrong on the main motion.
Just a couple of comments. When I read your report, I was shocked and saddened because as a teacher, in the schools where I taught, VIP was really, really loved. My kids loved it. But the fact that your report said that 3 or 4 or 5 years later, they couldn't remember anything about VIP. How many parents say, well, what'd you learn in school today? Oh, I don't remember. So I can't put any emphasis or trust in that it wasn't valuable. My second question is that if, let's see, if you're talking about these kids, how do they respond to other authority figures? Because I agree with Trustee Quinn that if I were to see a police officer, I'm not going to go and talk to them. Why? Because I got a speeding ticket not so long ago. You know, I have this thing. So I'm not going to say that I can't see that that's a number one thing, because I've never been, well, I do have a friend who's a police officer, and she's lovely.
Right.
So anyway, but how are these kids, how do they respond to principals and people in lab coats and, you know, authority figures? Do they also have the same kind of reaction to them, is my question.
Unfortunately, that wasn't in the scope of this. Those kinds of questions weren't asked. It wasn't our focus here. But I'll go back to this question of responding to police or being in the presence of police. We ask questions aligned with the kinds of program activities that police are currently engaged in, VIP, BRED. We did not ask questions that were just sort of willy-nilly, what do you think of police? The questions were in relation to SROs, BRAD, VIP. And that is why we focused on the secondary students, because we knew that if we asked students in middle school and other grades, that they wouldn't have the lived experience. They would not have had the exposure to these programs, and we thought that that would have been, that would have skewed what we learned. So we deliberately tried to find students who would have had as much exposure to these programs, and we asked questions in relation to the programs. We did not ask questions generally about your views on policing, et cetera. It was, how do you feel when you see them in the school? Do you feel safe when you see them in the school, et cetera? Would you approach them in the school? So all of our questions were within the remit of what we were asked to do. So I just want to emphasize that. Yeah.
Thank you. Trustee McKinley on the main motion.
Yeah, these 4 recommendations, excellent recommendations. I don't know how when I was doing this 133 package, I might have missed all of the details of that, but I certainly caught it in your report. And then I'm thinking, I would love, because I feel like our committees have not had the benefit of these 4 recommendations to give us input based on your recommendations, which I thought were pretty good. I thought they were very reasonable, and it definitely would be helpful to have that input as the committees as opposed to individuals, because they should be involved in this before it's coming to us to decide whether we're having this committee or not.
Just to clarify,
Yes.
they were involved in the survey. This is the voice of a lot of these groups within the report.
They were involved in the survey, but
Yes.
not in giving thoughts on the recommendations.
The recommendations for the role of the consultant? Yeah, we had an outside person.
So now that I see these, I would make a motion, I would make a motion to refer our motion and these recommendations to those committees that we have, the JIAD, the anti-black racism, the IAC, and any others I may be missing because I've been gone for 4 years, so there may be some I'm not aware of. But if they are affected by this motion tonight and by the recommendations, I would love to hear some input before I make decisions on, I guess, a committee that's going to then decide whether we're doing anything about this stuff.
Okay, I'm just going to wing it here.
There's the
I'm going to rule that amendment out of order. Well, we have a motion on the floor. We have a motion on the floor. So you can amend it. That's about all you can do. You can't make a motion on the motion. If the motion is defeated, you can bring forward a new motion. So I'm going to rule that we have a motion on the floor, and it is the motion on the floor is for this committee to review this report and consider the next steps, which means they may need to go to 14 different committees within the system and consult with them. It means all kinds of things, and that's exactly what this motion is trying to get at, in my opinion. So I don't see an amendment there, and a motion at this point is out of order. So, on the main motion.
To that? The motion itself doesn't say that those members would be obligated to reach out to any of those committees, that they would be making the decision.
Well, at some point, you have to put faith in people. So the committee is to review the report and consider next steps. And
Point of order. Yeah. Previously, when we make motion, we often refer it to other committees or wait. Why we cannot do that this time?
We already have a motion on the floor, so you can only make a second motion if the first one is defeated. So we haven't voted yet. So now on the main motion, Trustee Sipkar.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for this report and for the work that you did. I think it was really important to center the voice of our students, and I think that resonated and was heard loud and clear, both by this report and by the speakers tonight. Additionally, there's been some comments made around concerns around data collection, and as a researcher myself, data collection is never perfect, and there's always limitations. And actually, it was interesting to hear that there was limitations on both, or concerns around limitations around both sides. That the marginalized groups were not represented enough, or that they were overrepresented. And seeing as even a portion of our student body expressed concerns about not feeling safe in schools in direct correlation to police being there, that should give all of us enough pause to not necessarily worry about those details, but to consider what that looks like moving forward. Because it is my personal view that all of our practice should be centered in trauma-informed approaches, and I think that if we need to be taking that lens, that means all students matter, regardless if it's a certain percentage of this subsection or not. And so I think it's really important that we remember that and also work towards including more of those voices in this process. So thank you for doing that. My concern actually with the motion had to do with it reviewing and considering your recommendations that I thought were very strong. And my amendment that I'm going to put on the floor is to add that it implements those 4 recommendations on page 29. Because I think that those recommendations are extremely important, and they are centered in the voice of our students and our community. And I think they need to be implemented, and that needs to be very clearly stated, not just considering and reviewing further. And so I appreciate that there's discussion that needs to happen, which I think is part of it, but I would like to implement the 4 recommendations on page 29 as an amendment.
Okay, again, I'm not going to accept that as an amendment. And you can challenge the chair, but I'm not going to accept it because I feel it changes the intent of the motion. The motion is to review the report, which includes the recommendations, and consider next steps. That's what's on the floor. And what you are proposing as an amendment is a direct action of a committee, that the committee should take a direct action. And so I'm not going to accept that as an amendment, and your alternative would on that is to challenge the chair. But that's how I'm seeing it.
Madam Chair, is it possible for me to challenge the chair on that? Does it have to be the mover? I would challenge the chair on that.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, as the mover and the mover of the amendment that has passed, I believe really honestly, the goal of considering next steps and reviewing the report is seeing the recommendations. And I feel very strongly as well, I will speak to the main motion, but just on challenging the chair, I would say honestly that the 4 recommendations are strongly supported. So I would say that is in order to review and report, review the report and consider next steps and implement the 4 recommendations on page 29, I find completely in order.
And I'm going to say that it binds the committee to an action.
It's not debatable.
Fine. Go ahead.
I think the next question, Madam Chair, is will the ruling of the chair be supported?
All those in support of the chair and all those.
Okay, so we know what we're doing right now. So all those in support of the chair not accepting the amendment?
What's the amendment? I'm
The
sorry.
amendment was to add in the 4 recommendations to the motion. To implement. So all those in favor of the chair's call not to accept the amendment? Okay, all those opposed? All right. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, okay? So what's, trust?
Yes.
Okay, so all those in support of the chair, put your hands up high. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, and all those opposed? And so it is defeated. Yep, I got it.
Back to the main motion. Am I right? Back to the amendment. No, not necessarily. No.
So the motion is in order? This
No.
has decided the motion is in order?
No, they haven't. No.
I disagree. The question is, are you in support of the chair? You challenged the chair. You were unsuccessful in getting a majority to agree.
Right.
If you don't have a majority to support the chair, the motion is defeated. Please, a parliamentarian, I ask for a parliamentarian. If it's a tie, the motion is defeated. You have to show support. It has to be in the affirmative, not a tie. It has to be in this body, since everybody's present. It would have to be 6
Rod
people.
Salvador
Mr. Price,
is
if you
now
want to
exiting.
sit down, go ahead.
I'm okay for now.
Okay.
If it goes much longer, I might take a chair. Yeah.
You're getting a chair.
So, as the one who took that vote, I'm going to have to agree with Trustee Burgess, because when we're even voting on motions, etc., if it's not a clear majority, then it is defeated.
Madam Vice Chair, it's not me, it's the Roberts Rules of Order,
I
12th
understand that.
edition.
Yep.
It's not me.
It's defeated. What happens is that it was presented who is supporting the chair.
Thank you.
Point of order, can I ask? We do want to review the report. Now we are supporting all their suggestions. So is that contradictory?
That was my ruling. My ruling was
Rod Salvador
based on that.
is now joining.
So my ruling was no, a majority in the negative. No, no, no. Correct. Yes, yes, correct. Right.
Okay, so as I was the one taking that, and I just saw what Robert's rules say, it's defeated. We are moving on. We are following what the chair says. So we are not adding any amendment. We are moving on with the motion.
Okay, on the main motion, is there anyone, is that you? No, okay. There are no more speakers on the main motion. Oh, no more questions. Trustee Burgess and then Trustee Chin. Questions for the presenter on the main motion?
It's not questions, it's debate and discussion on a motion that's on the floor, and I'll give that debate and discussion about the motion on the floor. We're not at trustee question period, nor are we at presentation. I want to thank the presenter for the depth of the report and discussing its limitations and what we found about it. I wish I could say I was surprised. I'm not, but I was really glad that I saw the response that you gave, and I thank you for that. I want to say too that that in my opinion, looking at it, I haven't had the same lived experience. So, you know, I'm a white cisgendered heterosexual married woman that, you know, hasn't had much police interaction, but I have had a child in the system. I was active on school council. I have been a trustee for 22 years. I have observed things. And I know that this is timely, overdue, and really appreciated. During the pandemic, we couldn't meet as a regular board in a regular way. And even on our provincial association, we couldn't take advantage of professional development in the same way. But some things were made available to us that really helped open my eyes. And following up with that, I did engage at the very beginning of the pandemic, so I'm going to say it's going to be 2020, in a book study with Robin Maynard, directly, the author, with us, in Policing Black Lives, and it went over quite a few weeks. It was like a book club. And I want to say that it was very richly researched. The documentation there, I saw it as very reflective of the diversity in our area, and certainly there's always been this criticism, we're not Toronto. Well, we have very similar, you know, demographics and similar multi-generational stories. So I really accept that. I also was involved with the consultation with, I don't know his honorific, Michael Tulloch. Justice, thank you very much. Justice Tulloch, in his consultation about carding, and that was a few years ago prior to the pandemic, and when local consultations, he came to Windsor as one of the stops, and very
Madam Chair, is there a question?
There's not a question, it's a discussion and debate because there's a motion on the floor. It's not about questions. It's not about questions of the presenter. There's a motion on the floor. I'm debating it with my colleagues. Yes, so I just want to suggest that that's where I'm coming from, so that in supporting this motion as amended, and I'm sad that we're not going to make a full commitment to implementing the recommendations. But what I wanted to say was, I think that with the amendment, we're going to get to the actual work that we need to do, because I think the committee is going to have the right membership. I think that we have system support in, we've already heard them, GECDSB, which is our parent involvement, IAC, which is the Indigenous, the Justice in Inclusion, Equity, and Diversity Committee, CEAC, which is Special Education Advisory. These are system resources. It's embedded in the motion. I think having student representation and eliminating the actual police presence except by as an invited guest, an invited non-voting guest, that eliminates the inherent conflict of interest that police on the committee would have, I believe. So I support the motion really, really fully, and thank you for the work in doing it. I would strongly suggest, as I really would like to, you know, after, if it's supported, the main motion, and the amendment has been, so I would strongly suggest that, again, we would nominate the two trustees that we see as the best support, and not just merely two people to put their hands up that they want to be on there. I really think that the lived experience in policing is valuable. So I'm supporting it without that caveat, but I have in mind the two trustees that have lived experience in working in policing, and I would hope that they would accept a nomination to be on that committee. That's all I have to say. Thanks very much for all your work.
Thank you.
Trustee Chin, do you have questions of the report of on the main motion?
Oh, yes. Please don't mind my previous comments. And because actually, I also want to introduce my background. I am a PhD candidate, and my major is manufacturing management. And my research do a lot of survey, so I know how a professional survey would be like, and how the systematic bias would be like. So I hope you don't mind. And I suggest that as a consultation company, we should always, forget about our position and express the fact, the data, outside. And what's the 3,000 community response is, and not only choose the one that are against it. So and you should always remember that most of the respondents their response should be respected, and even if it's not what you like or prefer. So actually I have suggestion to our trustee group. I want to question the quality of the of the survey, of the research, and I do want us to take, to be more careful when we make any decision based on the research, which is not, we don't have much confidence on that.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Let's ask, either there's a question or...
She's allowed to make her comment, just as the previous trustee did.
Yeah, I welcome his response.
Yeah, I disagree profoundly with how you're framing this. I don't think that comes as a surprise, but I'm also not here to get into methodological debates. I think what my group has done is a fair, reasonable job in terms of speaking to, it wasn't just the survey, by the way. You've completely ignored the fact that we did in-depth interviews, that we did focus groups with students, that we did a lit survey. You've completely ignored that, and you've just focused in on the survey, which I think does a disservice to what's collected in this report. But I think someone said it really strongly previously. You've got a report that captures the experiences of your students. It's on you to accept that. It's on you to see that as valuable information. It's not about my bias. It's not about what we chose to put in or put out. I stand by this report. I feel it's a reasonable, fair report. I do not think that we overemphasized anything. I think what we did is we were very clear about who historically has been left out in such processes like this, whose voices need to be heard, and we did that.
Thank you.
That's what I said. You pre-existed,
No.
standard.
Okay, thank you.
And I have a question. What's the evaluation?
Sorry, we have to go to the next, and then Trustee Nelson for the first time.
Yes, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you. This is a very appreciated factual data collection. As somebody who has lived experience, this resonates with me. And when you have students in the system who are fearing and experiencing anxiety and are distracted by certain presences, I think it'd be a disjustice and a disservice to our students and our staff to ignore the facts and the outcomes of this data collection piece. And so my question is, when you have groups like the Dismantling Anti-Black Racism who are part of our community, as well some of them are parents of students within our system, how valuable is it to have those members at the table reviewing the documentation, reviewing the results and the outcomes of your data collection? And I guess how influential should that be on our decisions moving forward, if you could?
Thank you for the question. It's absolutely critical. I have to be honest, I was unaware that we had a motion on the table. We delivered the report, and I was prepared to speak to the report, but I have to be completely candid. I did not know that a step had been taken to move to a decision around a composition of a committee, who was on it, et cetera. So we were not, or I was not privy to those decisions. But absolutely, in terms of our process and in terms of our principles, we absolutely believe that the data that you take from participants who, willingly come forward, bravely come forward and share, absolutely there should be an element of return. There should, at very least, be a consultation around the report. How the board chooses to do that, again, is not our purview, but I completely support any opportunity for community to see the report, have discussions about the report, and to inform any future decisions around implementation. I think it's critical.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to make a quick comment, then I'm going to call the vote. I've given an hour and a half to this, and so has Mr. Price. And I think that our recommendation that we're going to be voting on in a few seconds is a very responsible way to move this forward. It is an extensive report, and I think there are many people that need to be consulted and involved in how we move this forward. And I think that this motion accomplishes that, as opposed to trustees trying to hammer it out for another 3 hours on what we're going to do. And I think that it's important that we do that process in reviewing the report. I think it's the most responsible way of handling this report and considering our next steps. So I hope that trustees will support the motion, and so that we can get busy and do the work that's needed to be done. Thank you.
I have a point of order. I have a
Sorry.
question I haven't asked yet. You said
we're way over time, so we need to move on. Sorry. You can submit your questions to administration anytime, and they can submit them to Mr. Price.
Can we have a recorded vote, please?
I'm going to ask for the vote. All those in support, and I'm going to go around the room. Trustee Cook.
Support.
Trustee Leclerc.
Support.
Trustee Nelson. Trustee Sipkar.
Support.
Trustee Chin. Opposed. Student trustees as well? Yes?
I support.
Thank you. Okay.
Support.
Okay. Trustee Burgess.
Support.
Trustee Armstrong.
Support.
Trustee McKinley. Trustee Buckler.
Support.
I support. That motion's carried. Thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
Thanks for
Thank you.
your time.
Thank you. We're now moving to timed items. Under trustee question period. Do we have any questions to administration from this meeting? Trustee Chin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question it actually is from parents, and I think they want to know that the books, regarding the books that that the speakers presented during that last meeting, there are a lot of debate on that. They ask for the thoughts on the books from the superintendents, and regarding those in December, the speakers spoke on, and they are as follows. What are your words? How mamas love their babies. Push, fun home is perfectly normal. Looking for Alaska. This book is gay. So those books, they ask for the feedback from the superintendent. Thank you.
Was your question is how did we acquire those books? Was that your question? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the beginning.
How do the superintendent think about this? What's their opinion?
Well,
it's a question. What's your opinion about those books?
We can't ask every superintendent their opinion.
So I ask for feedback. Yeah, what's the feedback?
Okay. Sorry, Trustee Chin, you're going to have to be a little bit more specific on your question. I can't go to each superintendent and ask them about those books that they may or may not have read. So I think you need to define your question a little bit better.
Yeah, how do you think about those books that the three speakers present in December?
But you haven't changed it. I can't go to each superintendent.
Not each. They can voluntarily answer.
No, I don't think that's appropriate
Yeah.
either.
Whoever,
But
like
maybe-
before, whoever are responsible for that can speak for that.
Maybe
Clara, Superintendent Howard can answer. Thank you.
on how we pick our
Yeah,
books.
I think she understands my question. Thank you.
Superintendent Howard.
I understood your question as to a presentation that was made during the December board meeting, and my recollection of that was 3 specific books. One of them was It Feels Good to Be Yourself. The other one is It's Perfectly Normal, and the other one was Push. So there has been some follow-up since the meeting in December, and that is It's Perfectly Normal has been removed. It was at 2 library locations. There was outdated information that didn't align with the present contextual situation in North America. It Feels Good to Be Yourself has, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. Push has not been removed yet. I have acquired it and have not reviewed it. But I would like to make a comment about that. That is based on the movie Precious, which has been acknowledged, and it deals with social issues that some people in society, including have experienced, such as poverty, such as incest, such as abuse. And I know in that particular meeting, there was a speaker who talked about how it could trigger them individually based on their personal experience. But you can also argue the other side of that, and that in some cases, like that movie did, that was highly acclaimed within the industry, is it also can help an individual with those experiences. And the plot of that story was that that individual, Precious, did get support through the educational system to change their life around. So I haven't reviewed that particular book. And It Feels Good to Be Yourself. No, sorry, the other one, that wasn't the one. It's Funhouse. I thought that that wasn't in our system, and I've had conflicting information just before this meeting, so I can't actually speak to that one. I need to clarify that one. That's my understanding based on the question.
Okay. Any other questions from trustees for this meeting? Trustee Burgess?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I had some questions, and I promised folks in my area that I would get back, and it's like an annual question, so it's for everyone's edification. When we have inclement weather days, when we have calls that say there's a blizzard, school is off, schools are closed, when we have fog days that buses are running not in the morning, not in the afternoon, when buses are running only in the afternoon, not in the day, how do we communicate that, and how can parents, guardians, caregivers, latchkey programs, whatever, learn about that?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's many ways that we communicate that. First of all, it goes on the website. It goes out on, I know, Madeline, you put it out on Twitter. There's a communication through the radio stations. There's a number of communications. Trust me, we're all up at 5 o'clock in the morning on those days back and forth about that communication. So I do believe there's many forums by which, and I think we've done a better job of that lately, and communicating.
Any other trustees with a question? Trustee Cook?
So I have, we've talked about this before, and it's the shortage of our support staff. So I really am concerned it's impacting kids returning to school, whether it's an integration from a different program back into school, or whatever the case may be. There's a waiting list at one of the schools, that's what I was told, that there is a waiting list, and so some kids can't even go because of the shortage with support staff. So not only that, but I mean, I don't know who saw the article in the Globe and Mail, but I mean, there's throughout the province, I understand that there's shortages, but it's really causing some serious safety issues in schools throughout our province. So I know you won't have the answer tonight, but what can we do moving forward now that we're getting a waiting list at schools for kids to return that have struggles, behavioral issues, whatever the case may be, you know, and there's safety issues. I have concerns for some of our staff too. So I'm just wondering, what can we do? Is there anything that we can do, you know, in terms of vocalizing, letter writing? I don't know.
Director?
Through you, you're right. It is an area of concern, the absenteeism, but also the number of people that we're able to. And I know Superintendent Houston has indicated that there's been a new hiring of a group of people. So I know any advocacy you can do, I suppose, with the government in terms of funding and such would be helpful. And I don't know if Superintendent Wilcox has any thoughts on that, but really it's acknowledged as a problem. I think it comes up on the calls with the chairs and the minister as well. But in particular, our support staff is something that is an area of concern, and any advocacy you can do with government or I mean, we're all working at it too. It's a hard one. I don't know if others have anything to add.
Did you want Superintendent Wilcox to respond?
Sure.
Yeah, any sort of advocacy you could provide would be great. I know HR continues to work really hard. We're holding interviews constantly. We have hired a lot of support staff, but then again, we are having support staff who are leaving those positions as well. The supervising principal of special education, Christy Sweet, is working really hard with principals. We are moving staff around to meet the needs of students, but we will continue to try to recruit as much as possible. I know that both Christy and I, as well as HR staff, have been at recruitments at St. Clair College, and we're continuing to do that, but advocacy would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
So what my supplemental would be, I hear you say advocacy would be awesome. So I'm wondering, and we've done this numerous times, if we could just do, by consensus, write a letter stating the difficulties that we're having and how it's impacting staff as well as students.
I think it's in the letter we just sent, the 5-pager.
Was that about funding?
Yeah. And it was discussed with the minister last week by the chairs right across the province. And the minister has acknowledged that he's aware. But, I mean, we could send as many letters as we like.
If he acknowledges it, then we know something is going to be done.
But I don't know what to tell you, but it's not like it hasn't been brought to the province's attention. So, but like I said, we can send as many letters as the board would like.
I would personally like as many letters as possible. I mean, this is getting to be huge, if it's not huge already. Safety-wise, it's impacting families, students, and our staff. I mean, there's safety concerns out there. And some of our students with behavioral struggles cannot return. And I know that for a fact because I was told by a principal.
Trustee Buckler?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we know what St. Clair enrollment is or the university's enrollment is on these aids that we so desperately need. Are the numbers dropping in enrollment in those programs? Or are we okay? Are there numbers there for us to draw from?
I know.
Through you, Madam Chair. Not sure. I want to change roles. Through you, Madam Chair. We're already using St. Clair College students when they're not in classes as temporary support staff. We're already using them. They're not even graduated, and we're using them.
And I believe the minister announced some time ago that they were opening up some funding for additional spaces in post-secondary for ECEs. But I guess if I could comment, secondary to the advocacy part, I don't feel like I adequately know what our board is doing day to day when we have those classroom issues of not enough staff in our classrooms. And I think that's something that we need to be more informed of, as opposed to just keep badgering the government. I want to know what we are doing here as a board, and I don't know that we've really heard that concretely. It's a day-to-day thing. We aren't. I know, but we aren't.
We don't have that's a problem area too.
Right. So I might bring forward a request for a report on that. Okay, so we have consensus to send a letter. Okay. Notice is a motion for this meeting. Trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Madam Chair. At the next regular board meeting, I will put forth a motion that will require 2/3 in order to be supported, that the GECDSB bylaws be amended to include suggested language in the regular meeting template after the land acknowledgement and any special orders of the day for the chair or admin to state meeting safety protocols. And I'll get that to Madame Leboeuf.
I think that's what she's speaking to.
Okay. Just if I could just comment that we don't specifically have safety protocol. We just have been making it up as we go. So
my motion can be discussed if anybody wants to support it, but it's to include suggested language in the meeting template for the chair or admin to state meeting safety protocols to support the chair and decorum. Thank you.
There isn't a document as such. Okay. Any other notices of motion for this meeting? Announcements? Okay. Moving back to M1, which is the report of the Director of Education.
It's good if you click for me. I know it's a long night. I will move this. I am pleased, through you, Madam Chair, to present the Director's Annual Report for the year 2021-2022. Thank you to Scott Scantlebury, Madeline McEachran, Rochelle Langlois, and Melissa Leboeuf for their energy in putting this together. The report reflects the excellent work of all of our students, teachers, support staff, and the administration across the system under the guidance of the Board of Trustees. As we awakened, I think, somewhat last year from the COVID experience and moved back to our more traditional ways of classroom experiences for many of our students, we've also worked to educate, I believe, and inform injustices and discrimination. This year brought the renewal of the board's strategic plan at the end of the year, and it's central really to the guiding work of the board. The report also reflects the development of the Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Strategy. In addition, we saw the formation of the Justice, Inclusion, Equity, and Diversity Committee, a staff committee inclusive of a variety of employee groups with diverse lived experience, and we also had hired a human rights and equity advisor to support our work. In addition, we completed an update to our African Canadian Roads to Freedom documents, and it's a resource to teachers that makes connections between the Ontario curriculum in social studies and the contributions of Black Canadians both nationally and locally. The Director's Annual Report also highlights the Greater Essex County District School Board Open Minds team, who provide services to our First Nation, Métis, and Inuit students, and for the first time, we added a graduation coach to the team. The board's annual Pride Symposium this past year involved 260 students from grades 7 to 12, and we continue to fly Pride flags across the system, and we've also created important new resources to support learnings in this area. During the holy month of Ramadan, charity is a tenet for Muslims, and the Muslim Student Association at Massey demonstrated this in supporting the Windsor Downtown Mission. A highlight for this year was the addition of a special assignment teacher for students' well-being. Veteran educator Jody Nolan has become a welcome and appreciated guest in our schools. Her sessions concentrated on mindfulness, breathing exercises. I put mindfulness, breathing exercises, and discussions about how students are feeling. Active transportation was another area of focus as we were working with our community partners, our municipalities, and the health unit for expanding human-powered active transportation for the needs such as going to school. Last year brought the return also of EQAO for students, as noted in the report, which reflect the challenges of the pandemic. In the area of special education, our students participated in a Ministry of Education pilot to identify high-yield math strategies for students in grades 4 to 6. At the secondary level, we saw the elimination of streaming in grade 9 mathematics. MD Benny attained International Baccalaureate World status this past year, which is a big accomplishment. As the first K-8 school to achieve this status, they have been authorized to develop internationally minded people who, recognizing their common humanity and shared guardianship of the planet, help to create a better and more peaceful world. The quality and skills of our staff have also been recognized and celebrated by others. Here we have David Gomes and Peter Finney, honored by D2L for their excellence in technology and innovation. Last year brought another change. We had an election to determine the student trustees, and the result was a strong process and the selection of our excellent student trustees who we have here this evening. We also saw in-person graduations for the first time in a couple of years. And while grad rates did drop last year, we did issue 2,555 diplomas to our students. Awards matter. And congratulations to Alan Aspinall from Walkerville on her Prime Minister's Award, and to Tassin Huzo, also from Walkerville, on winning a Schulich Leaders Scholarship of $80,000. He is attending Queen's University to study computing. Greater Essex County District School Board also declared a climate emergency during the last school year. Our goal is to be a leader in environmental stewardship within our community. Initiatives were noted within the report. And along with that theme, Cara Braun from Leamington District Secondary School won an IRCA Award and is off to the University of Guelph. On the capital side of the house, in September 2021, we celebrated the opening of Legacy Oak Trail in public school in LaSalle. And as noted in the rest of the report, there's a number of projects that were going on last year. The board has also received hundreds of millions of dollars for funding of new projects, thanks to the expertise of our facilities department. Work has continued on many projects, as noted in the last few pages of the report, particularly North Star and James L. Dunn, as well as a new elementary school in Tecumseh. And ahead, we'll see a new school in Lakeshore. And we also received a Heritage Award for our work at Kennedy Collegiate, which received improvements to its classic neo-Gothic exterior. And those are some of the highlights from the Director's Annual Report for the year 2021-22. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions?
That was very fast.
Yes, you have the report. Questions, Trustee Burgess?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just on the special education pilot project, it says it's been extended for another year. Was the funding extended for another year?
I look to Superintendent Wilcox.
That's a great question. Funding was extended. It was extended. It was decreased, but we did receive funding, and we are still going ahead with piloting the two math interventions. Yes.
Trustee Chin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is that the EQAO result, and we can see that all the number that we got, which is lower than the provincial level. So do you have any concerns? And do you think we should put more time and energy on improving the quality education instead of other random focus? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, obviously the achievement is very important to our students, and the pandemic did it did affect students. We also had a high percentage of students online learning, whether that affected their learning or not, but that's one of the things to consider. Yeah, I think student well-being has a lot to do. Our mental health of our students right now is also very important. So all of those things together, I think, are a combination that are really going to matter. Yeah, our achievement is really important, but a lot of our other initiatives around mental health and well-being, and similarly our equity work, are really integrated and essential to our achievement. But again, we've done a lot of work within the area of mathematics and the area of reading, early reading instruction, which I think is absolutely critical. So we have work to do in those areas, but they do come together. They're all linked in my mind.
Okay, supplemental. Thank you. Yeah, I do hope that we can, have further actions to close the gap of the study, like especially mathematics, language, and other science. And yeah, I hope we can put more focus on that.
That has been a focus for this year in terms of particularly reading instruction and mathematics. Yeah, we share that view.
Okay, thank you.
Any other trustees have questions on the report? I know it's late. Thank you very much, Director Kelly. Okay. Trustee McKinley, you have a question?
Yeah, well, I have
on the report?
I guess sort of a point of order regarding before we get to L2.
Okay.
I would like to point out that our board already has a policy naming and renaming of board facilities policy and regulation. And in that, it highlights that the GECDSB regards a school name as an integral aspect of the identity for and in the school community. It also identifies that trustees are involved with the new or amalgamated schools naming. There is a section under here, Section 8, when a building or facility is to be renamed, any group or individual may propose a name change for an existing facility to the board through a written request outlining the reasons for the application and accompanied by a petition of at least 100 public school supporters, which includes their home address and signature. So because we have
you
that,
had me confused because we haven't even started.
I get that,
L2,
but I wanted to actually suggest a motion to look at first before we put the recommendation. Once the recommendation's on the floor, I'm not going to be able to bring this because it's not the same, and it's not a friendly amendment.
That's not true. So on our agenda is a recommendation.
Right.
So we deal with the recommendation. If that is defeated, then you can put another motion.
But one might want to hear my recommendation to avoid a whole lot of time. We could save time. Okay, I'll make a motion to substitute the recommendation.
Is there?
And if that dies, then go on to the recommendation.
Seconder to substitute the recommendation.
I second.
We don't know what.
You might want to. Yeah, I've got it written up.
I'm just going to speak up. Can we let the chair, and so we can get through this tonight? Thank you.
Okay. It's my belief that I need to get to the item. So I'm going to L2. And we approved the agenda. We approved the agenda with this recommendation for L2. So if someone wants to take some action, we can follow that. Trustee Cook?
So I'm going to speak about the recommendation. And I was the one that actually made the motion for the school names and mascots to be examined. The reason why I did that was to show that Riverside High School was targeted. And what happened to Riverside High School was wrong. No consultation items were removed. Garbage bags covering things that they could not remove. Consultation happened only after there was a pushback and evidence stating that the quill was a quill. and that the R stood for Riverside. The action was taken too quickly. My point with my motion is that Riverside was targeted, and there's a whole bunch of schools that if we want to play that game, we can play that game, and we can pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to have names and mascots changed. My recommendation now that I've proved my point is that we note and file. So my motion is that we note and file. Let schools bring forward their own request for changes within the current policy.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion on the floor to...
Madam Chair, I want a clarification of the order. We had a discussion without putting any recommendation on the floor. So you said, I want to get to L2, and then we had a discussion with no mover or seconder, just a discussion. So I'm confused on the procedural stuff.
So
I
there's
was
a motion
prepared
on the
to look at L2. We've all looked at it, the information, all the support. You just said we want to get to L2, and what I heard was something that I think is kind of out of order.
So we got a report, pages 102 to 119, and a motion has been made to note and file that report. But did we...
The agenda that we approved, Madam Chair, L2 after M1, was the recommendation as to school names and mascots, and there's a recommendation.
And nobody has put that on the floor.
Well, you didn't ask for anybody to put on the floor. We heard a discussion.
So a motion came first to note and file, and it's been seconded. So we can defeat that and go back to the recommendation on the agenda. If that's the will of the trustees. Sorry, if that's the will of the trustees. Sorry if I have some brain fog, but it's getting late. And I think that at any point with an agenda item that's been approved, a motion is in order. So a motion has been made to note and file the report, which is pages 102 to 119, and it's been seconded. So on that, Trustee Armstrong, then Trustee McKinley.
Please explain what note and file means.
Okay, it means that there's no further action at this point. Yeah. Trustee McKinley?
Yeah, I'm not going to support it in as much as I had a motion that I wanted to bring that would say to refer the report to the affected schools and allow them to be guided by our policy and regulations, naming and renaming board facilities, and that an admin procedure be created for the determination of school mascots. Because I do believe if our schools want to change their mascot, they should have a procedure by which to follow. We don't have that. We do have a procedure by which to follow for naming and renaming. So we don't need to recreate that.
Depending on how this all goes, I'm going to suggest that that could be a notice of motion.
Okay.
Because I don't think there is an admin procedure about mascots. So that could be a notice of motion. On Trustee Burgess?
Thanks. I oppose the noting and filing. I think that this is a long time coming. We've had a lot of drum roll leading up to this. There's been a lot of consultation about what to do and the reasons why the A, B, and C are before us. I wasn't going to support it as it was. It's not amended, but to note and file, I think, is very disrespectful of the work that's been done. I don't agree with the framing of the targeting of Riverside. That was a long-standing concern raised by the committee and lots of commentary over decades. So I don't accept that as the consensus of opinion. But I do think that we should look at L2. So I'll oppose the noting and filing of it. I think there's discussion. I don't think it has to be adopted the way it is, but there's a lot of valuable work in here and a lot of things that we need to discuss that are long overdue. So.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Chin?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And I I think there is some some gap in our motion that in the report we said we want to collect collaboratively with all stakeholders, but we already know that there are a lot of people who have a lot of concern about it, and obviously many people who didn't realize that we will do this, take this action. So I think before we make a motion to spend money on changing this, we should refer to the communities to. Oh, okay. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Leclerc?
Yeah, I support the motion because given our financial position, we've already spent enough money reviewing this, and we just aren't in the position to pursue this fiscally.
Trustee Sipkar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel a bit mixed on this, as I agree with Trustee Burgess that there were questions and gaps in the report for me that I wasn't able to be fully supportive of the initial recommendations that were being suggested by our administration. But I also feel that noting and filing it doesn't allow us to have that discussion, and I understand that it's late and it's a difficult conversation because it requires it just requires a lot of emotional labor on all of our parts, and so I appreciate that noting and filing might be the right way to expedite it, but I don't necessarily agree that it has the that it gives us the necessary conversation. So I think at this time I won't be supporting it, and I would. I would look to other trustees who are putting motions on the floor. And just to end my comment, as a point of clarification, is it not acceptable that if this motion passes, another motion can arise from the report, or is it does another trustee have to then make that? You made a comment that it could be a notice of motion, but can it be a second motion out of the report? Successful, let's say it's noted and filed, can another motion come out of the report, or is the matter finished? Okay.
Can I ask a point of order for procedurally, if there was a motion to refer to a standing to policy committee, would that, it's not in support of the motion on the floor right now to note and file, but what takes precedent, a motion to refer or a motion to note and file? How to dispose of it? Because I really am opposed, but I'd like to enter a motion to refer it to policy committee.
So
I think referral.
Pardon me?
I just want to ask a question of clarification for Trustee Burgess. Are you asking the whole report to be referred to policy? Is that what you're asking?
This motion is, the motion on the floor right now is a motion to note and file it, which is basically an inaction, do nothing. So I'm saying I would like to put a motion to refer this to policy, the recommendation to policy for discussion, to if they decide to note and file, or if they decide to come up with another template, or if they decide to come up with amendments, to maybe have it come back to the board in some other fashion, but not to just note and file and do nothing, to actually refer it to policy.
So first we're going to deal with the motion on the floor, just to note and file. If that fails, then I will entertain new motions. Trustee Armstrong?
I just want to clarify what I'm voting for. I'm sorry,
Sure,
but
no
this
problem.
is, tonight. I will not support what's here because I agree with Trustee Leclerc that last night blew me away with how much money we don't have. And so when I read that in the report that it was $50,000 per elementary and $100,000 per secondary, that's like $3 million. And we have kids with serious needs. So what do I do to vote to say, I don't want this to happen right now?
Okay.
Note and file. Okay,
So-
got it. Note and file.
I'm going to go further to say that note and file, you've noted, you've received the report, and it's being tucked away. That doesn't mean it can't be brushed off at some future date. Okay? Trustee Hawkins and then Trustee Nelson.
As I mentioned in the student trustee report earlier this evening, Superintendent Howitt came to our student senate meeting in December to present to students about this topic, and it was evident from the students' feedback that this is something that is very important to them, and that students have had experience, student leaders who are representatives on Student Senate have had experiences in their schools which they are trying to find a solution to potentially harmful school names and school mascots. I think it is disrespectful to the work that is being done, and is disrespectful to the work that students are telling us needs to be done to just brush this off tonight.
Just as a point of information, we do have policy that allows schools to bring forward, or community groups to bring forward name changes. So we do have a procedure in place. It can be done. Yes.
This is easily a simplified procedure. It is a more direct way to take action more imminently about these issues. We have to say it point blank, community members aren't reading all the policies of the board.
Right.
When they have an issue, their first response is going to be go tell someone about it, go talk to the media about it. Why are we not trying to take a more proactive approach to these issues in our schools?
I am not trying to debate. I was just doing a point of information that we do have policy on that. Trustee Nelson, I think, was next.
Thank you, Chair. I do think we need to take into consideration those who are directly impacted by the names of these schools, which are students who have to live and breathe inside those spaces and be educated. And when we're talking about distractions, if this is a distraction from their opportunities to learn and feel included and have an equitable space, then I do think we need to take this into consideration. But for clarity on my end, because I'm similar to Trustee Armstrong, it's late. Does note and file mean that we do not have the opportunity to then go to our stakeholders again and get additional input? Okay.
It means generally that tonight we're not moving it forward in any way. Director.
I think Trustee Nelson asked a very good question. It could pose an issue as there has been a significant amount of consultation done to date. So I think, to be honest, I think that it's not without its own problem. Just to.
Trustee Chin and then Trustee Cook.
Thank you. My concern is that the resources are very limited, and we all know that the education in our board, the EQAO test, which is lower than normal. So we always have to balance that. What is the priority? And I believe those kids, before we ask them, oh, how do you think about this? Which means that we didn't hear complaint from those kids. So when we talk about it and kind of encourage them to think about it, maybe they will give positive feedback. So I think the students, they never think about money. They never think about how much money it will take from their classroom to do the name change. So I disagree with Trustee Hawkins, and regarding the immediate action, I think we have to be very careful. It's a lot of money. It's from constituents, from the community, from taxpayers. We cannot rush to take action just because we have passion on that. So I think the education should be has the most priority now, instead of others and names or something. So that's my opinions. And I also, as a minority, as an immigrant, I do think that we rushed too much, and the society, the trend, we need to slow down, to be careful, because we suffered something in my native country, and I know that those kind of cultural revolution may not be good in the future when we see back, So we need to take a breath and don't rush. be more responsible. Thank you.
Trustee Cook?
So I just want to address a couple things. Excuse me. Has been said about being disrespectful. I mean, no disrespect to anybody. And I hear a lot of comments about, what about the students? What about the community? My question back is, where was everybody when Riverside was getting slammed? Where was everybody when Riverside was told they couldn't have their name, they couldn't have their mascot? I didn't hear anybody here help speak up for Riverside. We have students there that really struggled with it. We have community members and staff. So my point is that I'm sorry? So we have a policy. We have a policy. If a student wants to initiate name change, talk to their principal, talk to their teachers. Community members, same thing. Same thing. But to have a list.
Sorry, this is not appropriate.
No, it's not.
Sorry.
But as a student trustee, you can also share it with them. So my thing is that, this was done. This is, like, I don't even know that everybody here understands what was done to Riverside. What was done to Riverside High School? I spent a whole weekend going back and forth with the principal and our director because of all the calls and everything. Nothing was changed. No consultation, period. Nothing. Until I handed in an article that was given to me from an alumni that proved that the quill was a quill, and it was presented to the can't even say it now, I'm sorry. Can't speak after 11. Committee. And they even said, that is a quill. It was fought by our equity officer and whoever else that it was a feather. The R always stood for an R. Do you know that
point of order? This is not really on the. This is like relitigating.
So they went in.
Trustee Cook, I believe, is explaining the intent of her motion.
So they went into Riverside High School, and without any knowledge, consultation with alumni, present staff, past staff, they sanded the R off the gym floor. How do you think students felt? So I'm not here to be disrespectful. I'm here to say students and community should initiate, not us, because it didn't work out the first time. Let me tell you how quick that was. They ran in there. There were trucks there, taking stuff out. Trophies were removed. Garbage bags placed on other items that they could not remove. Do you want to be a student going into the class on Monday, into the school, and not even having your name out front? That's what happened. So now I'm saying, we know some names should be changed, maybe not. But let's let the community schools and staff and students decide.
Trustee Sipcar and Trustee McKinley. Pardon? Sorry. I was watching the speaker. Sorry.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I think the irony of the statement of the last speaker is that, in my read of this, is that there was consultation done, and it is outlining a process so that the immediate knee-jerk reaction to certain things without proper due diligence doesn't happen. And I think that seeing this through the lens of one incident that happened in a way that, was not from the community, as you mentioned, I think does a disservice to maybe what it's trying to accomplish. With that said, I wasn't fully on board with the entire report, so I don't want to, but I did want to have a discussion about it. And I also think that there are good things to come that have come out of this. Even if we determine as a board that it's a heavy lift in terms of funding, or even if we determine that there could be different, education pieces and progressive steps. Like, there's different actions to be taken out of it. It doesn't necessarily have to just translate into an immediate removal of names on buildings. And so with that said, I still feel uncomfortable with noting and filing for that reason. I recognize it's late tonight anyway, but I just think that seeing it through the lens of a past event, I think what this report is trying to do is not that. But I wanted to have some discussion about it, so I'll leave it there.
So I'm going to
A motion to extend past 11?
Extend past 11 o'clock. Trustee McKinley, are you making that motion? No, I need someone to make it. Trustee McKinley, support by Trustee Armstrong. All those in support of continuing the meeting past 11 o'clock? Any opposed? One. Does it have to be unanimous? I don't remember. Opposed. Opposed. Does it have to be unanimous? No? Okay. Motion's carried.
Just to the file, I don't want to do that. This report got a lot in it. It was a well-done report. There was a lot of information. And I think the schools deserve to have the report. The school councils, maybe they could decide for themselves as a school community whether they want to pursue a naming or not. It's a community decision, and I believe that puts it in their hands. And I think, though, that the information should be sent to the schools so that they are aware of the history if they're not already. That at least the report does. So if you vote to not support filing it, as I will, then I will, if it dies, bring forward the motion that I mentioned earlier, including the other part for the admin procedure for the determination of school mascots. But that's my final word on that.
Trustee Armstrong and then Trustee Leclerc.
My question again is about money, so I guess it's Superintendent Armstrong. Where will the money come from should this be adopted? And so, okay, excuse me. And what will not be available to students should we spend the money on naming changes?
Is that germane to a motion to note and file?
I'm going to say that it's a legitimate question.
If the motion was on the floor, but the motion on the floor is to note and file, which is
with
note it and file it.
The mover expressed concerns about the money, so that was verbalized.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. The report talks about a phased-in process should the recommendations in the report be adopted. So the costs would not all be incurred in the first year. So we have to keep that element in mind. Like we do with planning any budget, we set what are the priorities of the board. And our strategic priorities, our mission and our vision talk about student achievement. I think we all agree about that. So EQAO scores, we talk about mental health. We also talk about inclusivity and diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've clearly made that a priority of the board as well. So all of those items as part of the budget process, we'll debate them. We'll go through all of them, the pros and cons. We'll bring you a budget that will include those items if it's prioritized by this board. So I can't tell you what students won't get. We have a almost $500 million budget, right? So it comes back down to determining what this board, you, decide are the priorities. And do you value, what is it that we value and we want to invest funds in?
Can I ask one more question further to that? It was last night late that I read this. Did it say, am I remember it correctly, that this would be a review every 5 years, that you'd have to review? I was shocked at that, seriously. I thought, well, if you're going to change a name, for heaven's sakes, choose one that'll work forever so that you don't have to spend the money again. Like, I must admit, I was quite shocked at that.
Well, if I can just say, and I'm probably speaking when Superintendent Howard should, the report was written because trustees asked for it. Trustees asked for the report. And so I know that, Superintendent Howard did a lot of consultation on that report, a lot of research, a lot of effort, and it's brought forward here because you asked for it. So if that's the priority of the board, then we'll find the money, because that's how we make budget decisions. We can't pay for everything, right? We always have to make choices, but we'll focus on what we say we value as a board.
Point for information for that question, do we not cyclically review policies every 5 years? All policies, and that the review is not of a decision to rename a school every 5 years, it's the policy is reviewed every 5 years. Thank you.
If I could clarify, I actually don't think that's what it says. I think our policies are cyclically reviewed. I think it's reviewing the names of the schools to see if there's any concern. So I think it's distinctly different from policy.
Time out. I just want to clarify something, if I could, Director, procedurally. So I'm gonna. Pardon? Yeah. So I'm gonna toss this out. Might be unconventional again, but that's me. So, you know, it's the role of the chair to help guide trustees through some difficult situations, and I'm doing it as best I can up here. But I'm wondering, and I really don't want to get caught up at 10 after 11 on heavy procedural stuff, but I'm wondering if what we're looking for is really to table this report, which means that we're putting it aside until such time as a trustee moves to bring it back to the table. That's a little bit. And I, again, didn't want to get too caught up in points of order on this one. I'm trying to help us here, but go for it.
Okay. The tabling motion is intended to be a short-term thing and not to be extended, it might not come back term. Just for clarification. It would be easier to decide on that vote. I'll bring forward a motion and we can vote on it and boom.
There is nothing specific on whether it's a short-term, long-term. It could be for a specific term if it's named in the motion, or it can be open-ended. And I'm just suggesting to the mover that perhaps note and file is problematic terminology. Maybe to table is different, would give us what I think some trustees are looking for, and that is to bring it back at a future time when it's not after 11 o'clock at night, to be able to consider it. I'm just putting it out there.
May I speak? So I'm more than willing to change the words, and we can say to table, if that is going to help everybody. So I'm willing to change note and take note and file out, and let's say to table, and move forward. And then when you have it, can I ask a question?
So I think the seconder would have to agree to that or not.
So I would love to second it, but I'd also like to call the vote on it.
On tabling? Yes. On tabling. Okay. So the motion to table has been seconded, or yeah, the language has been substituted. Trustee Burgess?
Thanks, Madam Chair.
A long time ago, when we had our professional development, we were given the history of the words of putting something on the floor and something on the table. And it came from the times of the Magna Carta, when all the lords at the time were trying to democratize, and get away from just the monarchy. And at the time, in the discussion, it took many days, when somebody wanted to discuss something, they went from the outside area onto the floor. There was a built platform because it was a big muddy mess. It was outdoors. And so they took the floor, and the emotion of the discussion was on the floor. And then something horrible happened, like really inclement weather or a fire or something. And it's only in matters of emergency that the thing gets lifted from the floor and puts on a table. It's physically, literally taking it off and putting it on a table. And yes, generally, historically, to table something is a temporary measure. It's not meant to note and file like never see again or move to an undefined time. It's to table it, and then when things come back to normal, you go back to discussing it on the floor. There's an intention there, an expectation that it will come back to the floor at some time. So I just give that historical perspective.
Thank you. There's nothing in our requirements with regard to an emergency situation, so that might be good historically, but anyway, Trustee McKinley?
So I'm not going to support a motion to table this because that leaves it out there and that can come back into the communities without any advance warning, without them knowing that we're going to bring it back out because we want to discuss it that night. That will be the perception of the community if it's tabled and they're like, well, what does that mean? What does tabled mean? I don't understand. Is this going to come back or not? So that's why I won't support tabling. I could have probably bought the other option, but
Okay. Time out. There was a request to call the question, and then I allowed Trustee Burgess to do the clarification on tabling. So all those in support of calling
It's a motion to call the question?
Yeah. Table.
It's a motion to call the question. We have to agree to end debate.
Right. So
we
all
have
those in support of calling the question to table. That's carried. Thank you. So now the motion is to table item L2. All those in support of tabling the report. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Doesn't matter. So just, again, the motion has been tabled, which means it's still there, it's still part of our work, and a trustee can choose to raise it during trustee question period if they want. They could raise it as a notice of motion to bring it back onto the table. There are many ways to deal with it, but we're not going to get into that tonight. And I thank you for your time, because there's still more to do. L3 is the policy and regulation on the automated external defibrillators in schools. Do I have someone to make this motion? Are you making the motion? L3? L3, L4, L5, and L6. Is that correct? Is that correct? Okay. I have a motion, Trustee Cook. Okay. The motion is to approve L3, which is the automated external defibrillators, L4, which is electronic monitoring, L5, which is administration of prescription medication, and L6 is the policy and regulation with regard to public concerns. These 4 items have all been vetted through the policy committee and are coming forward for changes on our agenda. Any questions on any of those items? Seeing no questions, I'm going to call the question. All those in support of those 4 items? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Now, we're going to M2, which is the report of the OPSA director.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not going to give a long report because it's 11:15. So what I'm going to do is for everybody to www.opspa, that's Ontario Public School Board Association, the acronym, .org. And you will find all kinds of information and updates about what OPSPA has been doing. What I'd like to highlight is that we've just OPSPA has just released new modules, new governance modules, and they were referred to by a speaker this evening about, quoting about governance and what's in our modules. I encourage all trustees to look at those new modules because they have been significantly updated. And they will be available in hard copy for each trustee, and they will be highlighted at the Public Education Symposium, which is coming next week for us that are attending that. So I really wanted just to highlight some of the things that OPSPA is doing as far as dates on things. As I said, the Public Education Symposium is coming up, and at that board, pre-symposium and symposium, there's going to be lots of plenary sessions, in other words, a presentation to everybody about really urgent and emerging issues. There's going to be lots of professional development. There will be lots of time to network. And on Saturday, there will be a regional meeting. Listening to tonight's discussion, we are asked to have one report from each board. As the director and voting director, but we'll have alternates there. We'll have all kinds of people there. What I'd like to bring forward is our ongoing concerns that we have talked about, like staff shortages, et cetera, and that we have consensus for an additional letter, et cetera. So there is going to be a Western regional meeting, and Greater Essex will have an opportunity to give updates on what we've been doing. Following that, there will be a board of directors meeting in February, and following that, there'll be a labor symposium coming in April. Anybody who really wants to know about labor relations, which is impacts about 80% of our budget, it's a very interesting piece of professional development. And then, of course, our annual general meeting this year is being held at Blue Mountain, Collingwood. And registration for that will be opening soon, and I encourage everyone to participate in that. There's not as much professional development there, but quite a bit, and that's when we vote for our executive and any resolution. So now's the time to start thinking if there's any kind of provincially impacted resolutions that we want to form. Before we know it, we'll blink and it'll be April. So we want to get those resolutions in prior to that to vet at the Board of Directors so that it can go forward at the AGM in June. Soon we'll be hearing about the Canadian School Board Association Annual Congress. This year that's going to take place in Banff. That'll sell out in a day. So attractive venues, like Banff, they solicit a lot of support. So that is trustees that are on school boards from across the country, all provinces, all territories. And it's also accompanied with the Indigenous Trustees Gathering, and that is a spectacular combined event. So we'll be hearing soon about when registration starts with that. There was one other, let me get this because I don't want to, nope. One moment, please. Nope, I got the regional board meeting. That's what I had down there. So it's just events and to look to opspa.org. And I'll be attending at the Public Education Symposium. I know trustees Buckler, Nelson, Cheen, trustee Sipcar will be attending. And there will be other members, maybe even of administration, et cetera. Who knows, in that area. And oftentimes communications officers, et cetera, often attend at the same time. So I look forward to that. And our report, I would say after that, everything is summarized. All the workshops are summarized. You can access it afterwards, but perhaps afterwards in our reports we can talk very briefly about the workshops that we attended and what isn't included in the summaries that are provided by OPSPA. So thank you.
Do you have any questions on the report? Seeing none, we're moving to the last report, which is the chair's report. Is going to be really quick. Stay awake. couple of things I need to update you on. So I did report with the when we presented the striking committee report that we were going to investigate the city school board liaison committee and the county school board liaison committee. So we have a report on that. The city has maintained the committee on their list of striking, on their striking committee thing. So there is a city liaison committee. It hasn't met in a long time, but it exists. As far as the county goes, it doesn't exist, hasn't existed, and they don't have it on the records anywhere, and we're not going to pursue that. So the city representatives are by position the chair and vice chair of the board. And so nothing changes there other than we are removing the county committee from our list of committees because it doesn't exist. With regard to the ad hoc transportation committee motion that the board passed, I worked with the director and Superintendent Armstrong on wording to send out invitations to all the organizations that were mentioned in the motion so that we're moving forward with that, inviting school boards and transportation agencies who may be interested in participating. And the last thing with regard to the passing of L1 with that committee, I'm going to suggest that I invite trustees to, and if you forgot what L1 is, it's the committee that we just put together on the police report. So if you're interested in being one of the trustees on that committee, could you please email me? And if there are more than 2 trustees who are interested, then I'll call a meeting of the striking committee and report back, unless there's any big objections. That's okay. Trustee Burgess?
Question on your report if you're finished, only when you're finished.
Pardon me?
Question on your report,
Yes.
only if you're finished.
Yes, your question.
Oh, okay. The dissolution of the Phantom Committee, the County and Boards Liaison Committee, which has never met in the 22 years that I know of. And every time I say it's a Phantom Committee, I've never really complained that I don't want it to exist. Why would we not solicit county, the regional? We have a second-tier governance. The deputy mayors attend, at the county council. Why would we not pursue making an annual presentation on school board concerns, for example, with the second-tier county governance? Because there are things, for many years, there have been things that are all the other 7 municipalities that are represented at county council. Pelee Island isn't, City of Windsor isn't. Things like active transportation, CWATs, things that they have taken on and resourced and that affect us, that we could contribute from a school board perspective and that are in those actual reports saying liaise with the school board on CWATs, but we don't because we don't
So I'm going to
have the
suggest
mechanism.
that in our role as advocates, we can send letters, we can make requests if somebody wants to meet with us and listen, but that's not the same as having this committee on our list of committees. That there is no committee. That doesn't mean that we can't communicate in other ways, but the committee doesn't exist. So we aren't appointing to a committee that doesn't exist. And they searched their records back to 1998. It doesn't exist. So we're not appointing trustees to a committee that doesn't exist, but if at any point trustees want to bring up items of interest that we think we should be communicating to the county, we can do that. It's just not through that committee that doesn't exist. It's the best I can do. Thank you. Unless there's any other questions, anybody want to keep going around the room? No? Okay. Well, I want to thank everybody for their time tonight. It was another long meeting. I think last meeting adjourned at 11:40. I think tonight we're going to make it by 11 26. So I'd like to thank everybody for their time and their patience, and it, you know, there were some difficulties along the way, but I think that we did the best that we could, and I thank everybody for their time and attention tonight. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.